dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another day of the Overwatch League APAC edition. Myself and Avril, we're in some nice little cosplay. This is our Mitch, Uber, Leslie, and Mr. X look. Let us know on Twitter how you think we did, because I think we kind of nailed it overall. What about you, Avril?
He doesn't normally wear the hood up, but I thought I would just do it anyway, just for the laughs.
You got to go for that extra
It's not very
casual.
comfortable. It's not very comfortable, if anyone's wondering. I don't know how he pulls this off. I don't wear anything like this normally, and it's not that. I don't know. Hoodies are meant to be. It's not even. I don't even know what this is. I don't wear stuff like this. But you look good. You look very Uber Mitch Uber Leslie today. And I frankly don't really know what I am anymore. But I do know we're in the middle of the Midseason madness. With the Midseason madness. Seoul Dynasty, Guangzhou Charge. What's good?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup, I think, right off the top, because obviously Seoul Dynasty looking incredibly strong, still going to be up there at the top of the standings, our current reigning champions after the kickoff clash. Guangzhou Charge down at the bottom of the standings, as we will take a look at this right now, but did put up the strongest performance, I think, that we've seen from them, and that's, I think, even considering that they have a victory under their belts. They looked a hell of a lot better yesterday versus the Chengdu Hunters than they did when they got their win versus the Valiant.
It was a marked improvement. You got to give them that. You know, Route 66 in particular, they took charge. Pun intended here. They were in the lead. They won the map, deservedly so. They looked better than the Chengdu Hunters on that particular map. But as we got throughout the evening, you know, we had some close moments. But ultimately, Chengdu, we expected them to win. They are the better team so far in this meta and so far in the year as well. And for Charge, being on a 1-8 record, they have been eliminated. You can see on the graphic here, out of contention for the Midseason Madness tournament. They cannot catch up in any sort of way. But points still matter for the end-of-year playoffs. And, I mean, the games still matter as far as their own momentum, their own confidence. Do it for the fans as well. The only unfortunate thing, Achilles, is they got to play Seoul.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, if you can get the win here, I think that might make you feel a hell of a lot better about being eliminated. Taking down Seoul Dynasty would be an incredible feat. I also just realized that this is almost certainly going to make it onto the NA Watchpoint pre-show. They're gonna be talking about the outfits,
especially if you bring it up. If you say, I heard, if you say like, oh, this will be on NA or this will be on what's the thing again? The
Watchpoint.
Do they still do the caster thing that they did last year?
Oh, caster comms? I don't know.
Yeah, we go. What happened to that? I don't know.
Maybe
Seoul Dynasty starting roster.
Brought it back.
Let's hope so.
See
starting roster. Stalker's in here. That's the most important part. You are going to see Stalker. He's their current Surgeon player. Prophet just saw what we're wearing, so he's having a good laugh, I'm sure. Smurf as well understands. That's the Seoul Dynasty roster. Current reigning champions in the kickoff clash for the APAC region. Looking great as usual.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been utterly impeccable, and we had a couple question marks around, Stalker coming through when we first saw him, return, I guess, during mid-season. We saw him once, didn't go well. Now he's come back, and he has really been keeping up and kind of fighting for this position versus Fitz. We've seen them swap out, but widely they're playing roughly the same things, and they've been playing them incredibly well. That being said, though, there's the Seoul Dynasty. Let's take a look at the Guangzhou Charge. And here we go. Not much wiggle room here with the roster. Just going to be seeing the same squad that we saw yesterday that did perform quite well at moments throughout that series versus the Chengdu Hunters. Develop on Route 66, absolutely popping. And Far Away, I think, very much stole the show the whole series throughout.
far and away the best outstanding member of yesterday, you might even say. As the one area that I'd actually like to see the Charge maybe, I was so close to saying develop on. I'm going to stop right there so I don't take this too far. But the one area that I'd like to see maybe Charge look at is whether there's still space for Rio to be added into the roster for certain maps. Because I did feel like looking at Oasis yesterday versus the Hunters, Rio's hero pool probably would have been a better fit for the Charge versus Hunters in that sort of scenario. Krong, known for the Zarya, known for the Sigma, he's great at those heroes, but sometimes you gotta have the Ryan capability, you gotta have the Ball capability, and also the Winston capability as well, which I don't think Krong really has as hero pool. Looking over towards our opening map though, Colosseo, Sigma, you can definitely one-trick on this particular map, and Charge did look pretty good here yesterday as well when they did play Sigma.
Yeah, that they did. I mean, Krong playing Sigma, you know, that's just bread and butter. That just goes hand in hand. Was one of our All-Stars, pretty much picking it up exclusively for his Sigma play a couple of seasons back. Was utterly impeccable and one of the best just people at keeping Sombra honest. We saw time and time again him nailing accretions mid-air, interrupting those EMPs when the EMP was such a powerful tool. Nowadays, not so much. Every now and then, you get that focus fire through and the Sombra can find some success, but we saw Charge try to pilot it on that map of Oasis. As you mentioned, didn't really go to plan at all.
Yeah, so push maps far better for Sigma. I mentioned they played this yesterday. They played New Queen Street, obviously, but still push, right? So I'm talking about push overall as a game mode for them. See how things go tonight versus much tougher competition. Smurf coming through on the Sigma as well, so really is becoming meta in terms of what teams like to play. Also, going to be matching on the DPS department. Both teams looking towards the Hanzo as well as the Sojin.
All right, and here we go. Opening skirmishes coming through. As we just have to wait, as per usual, for the bot to unlock to get any real action. You can see Unique hovering around the outskirts there with Choice A1. Didn't have an impeccable Tracer performance yesterday, but we do have that Hanzo matchup for now, so arrows will be flying. Prophet had a very disgustingly great performance on that Hanzo on this very map just, I believe it was last week. Utterly destroying and one of the fastest build times on a Dragon Strike that I have ever seen. Now it's going to be trailing behind just a little bit as widely. And Guangzhou Charge have been playing back behind sight lanes. Does manage to get the better of Choice A1 there in that exchange. And Stalker in the meantime off screen will find Develop with a nice little rail headshot. Finds the opening kill. That's going to be the Dynasty getting the first push started.
And it seems like that was building for some time as well, because the initial skirmish saw that Develop went down to about 1 HP. That forced the Charge backwards, losing a lot of control, losing a lot of map area as well. Instantly gained by the Seoul Dynasty. We saw it just a moment ago. Smurf kind of pushing right into Krong's face, backed by the rest of the Seoul Dynasty as well. And now the push will continue as, you know, ultimates start to come online. Smurf ahead of Krong by a fair margin. We talk about support ultimates as well. Far away has that window up.
Just Prophet now getting fun of the opening kill. Unique taking a little bit low, keeps the shield raised. Storm arrow's expiring. Recon connecting onto him, and Prophet's going in for the kill. He wants to take him down. Jump in. Sojourn just playing distract. The Storm arrow will get the finishing blow, and for now, Dynasty continue to push relatively unhindered. The Flux comes through from Smurf, slaps him down into the Immortality field. Can't quite kill that in time, but Smurf will find Develop on the back end all the same. Far away, tagged down to about half HP. Smurf just charging up right into Choice A1's face, and Vinheim is there to cover, provide some additional healing, and yeah, that's going to be the cap coming through. The bot will be taking its break, but the Dynasty certainly are not. They continue to play right out in front of the Charge's spawn point.
And this is Prophet getting 2 critical kills, right? Straight away, one onto, I believe it was Choice A1, and that's a 5 versus 4. It comes at a moment where Farway actually wants to use his window as well. The response flux from Krong this time. Does he get a kill though?
It catches 2, and the rally was rolling from Vinheim. Helps keep them alive, offering up that green health. Now the barrier right there in the stairwell, just hoping and prodding through. Krong and Unique trying to go on the offensive here, but Stalker, he pops the overclock, manages to find Develop first and foremost. Choice A1 will manage to take down Smurf, breaking down that front line just a bit. As the rails continue to fly, but Develop, see if he can answer back now that he has respawn. Help them win out the rest of this fight. Dragon Strike going to be used by Prophet. Doesn't manage to find any eliminations. In fact, Choice A1 cuts him down to size. The Charge will finally win a fight and gain control of the bot, but it's a massive amount of distance to try to make up for. 104 meters already set here for the Dynasty.
Which means Dynasty can now just play defensive for the rest of this 7 minutes, right? It's almost painful to say that when you have, look, 10 minutes expired, 3 minutes spent. multiple fights won by the Seoul Dynasty, 104 meters push. Doesn't even matter that they lost the last fight. The goal is not to try and finish the map. The goal is to win by distance here, which Seoul Dynasty have in spades at this moment. Great opening pick by Choice F1, and that's what they need to get started.
A little bit of an odd jiggle out there from Profit. Pushed out around the corner, and oh, what a headshot from Choice F1. Taking down Stalker in midair. Not pulling back after getting hit by the rail. Now turns the sights over to Smurf, who's trying to escape. Medic Grasp already having been used. They're trying to get in on top of this Sigma. May just be able to do so as they continue to chase. No, he's going to actually try to turn this around now. Goes for the Flux, drops down Unique, and the kill will come through. Profit there for the alley-oop, but that's going to be a major pickoff here for the side of the Dynasty, who can now stop this bot.
And it looks expensive, right? You're like, okay, Smurf just solo altered Unique. What's the deal with that? It actually ends up being pretty effective. You see instantly payload control goes back over towards the Seoul Dynasty. Charge back out. They know they're down numbers. They don't want to push in unless they have the full 5. So you only need to get that one pick. And that's defense successful now. Off of one Sigma Flux, they get control.
Yep, it's great moment-to-moment decision-making there from Smurf, knowing his limits. Gets away with it. Looked like he was certainly going to be taken down. First rail not going to hit. Overclock at the ready for develop. Stalker nearly catching up as well. First it's going to be the Dragon Strike to try to create some space. Splits Smurf. And the support's apart, but Vinhame manages to get on top of develop. I thought Vinhame was out on an island, but no. He says, you're locked in here with me. Gets that kill far away, trying to survive, but there's just no hope for that one. The cleanup coming through. It's an extended team kill. And now the bot might just even be able to gain more distance.
And I'm surprised that Charge didn't push a little bit harder there, because you see the extra ultimates available, right? 3 more, including a window, actually, which would mean 4. Valway nearly has that online. They Dragon in, but don't quite get to follow the Dragon. They split up the entire Seoul team. You mentioned that Smurf got caught onto the side as well, and yet the Charge still stood idly. They didn't really take use of that moment. Worse still, because Seoul win their fight, they're instantly on the bot, and they've got extra payload. They've got 118 now.
Okay, Develop finally going to be able to use this overclock. I think it might be the first time that he's been able to pop this. Vinhame trying to survive with the rally, but it's not going to be good enough. Everybody piles in on top of the Brigida. They get the elimination. Smurf going low in the corner. It's got nowhere to retreat to, so will end up falling. Not quite the headshot that he was looking for, but still tags up Stalker. Should end up dying here in just a moment. As they're looking for him, they finally find him.
Yeah.
Not too much, no distance going to be gained here by the bot. Still in the exact same position. The Charge certainly have their work cut out for them as we go to halftime here. 4 minutes remaining.
And Stalker, you'll see as well, doesn't even mind just kind of staggering himself to try and get an additional kill. Anything here would slow down the Charge significantly. Another thing, macro-wise as well, is because Seoul push extra distance. They've actually reached 120 now. That's basically a cap at this stage. Everything but getting all the way to the end. And I don't know if we've ever seen a full Colosseo cap just yet. Maybe someone can tell me. But to my knowledge, no team in the Overwatch League is actually... We have fully finished Colosseo. I know we've done it on the Queen Street.
That we've cast one.
We'll have to... Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to go back and check that a little bit later. But in any case, here comes that window. I was going to say, ultimates being forced out on Guangzhou's side of the map is not good, because now they don't have those same ultimates to try and push into Seoul's territory.
Always a chance that I could be wrong. Flux not going to find too much, just chunks away at Krong. He uses a Flux himself and sets up for some nice kills. Choice A1 sniping Profit, gets the headshot on a creative follow-up. Looks for a little bit more as Stalker tries to survive. It's going to be Krong who does claim that killing blow, and now the Charge can get back to pushing once Smurf is dealt with. Should happen here. But yeah, I mean, this is going to have to take a relative miracle for the Guangzhou Charge to be able to swing this back. We've seen it happen before. Can it happen now?
The sad thing about, this sort of situation is because Seoul got such an incredible lead in the first 3 minutes, I mean, it does kind of feel like the rest of the 7 minutes are a little bit for naught. Dragon Strike to clear the high ground here inside the building, and actually gets killed to Profit as well. This is reasonable coming through from Choice A1.
Nice pick off. Choice A1. I mean, he was massive yesterday, and he's really coming up huge when they need him. Goes for creative, gets the headshot. Beautifully done, looks for a little bit more. Vinhame having to tuck back away behind that projected barrier. Choice A1 does take a tag in the leg, but is all right. Let's continues the hunt, trying to find Profit once more, take him out of the fight.
This is huge. I mean, they got the cap already as well. It's basically just off of his 3 kills alone. Choice of one, they don't have to spend ultimates. They don't have ultimates to spend, so the only way you're going to get value is to find these solid pickups, and Choice had plenty to play with so far. Actually making reasonable distance here. Another pick.
I don't think Profit quite realized exactly where Choice A1 was. Otherwise, he should not have been jumping out of the window like that. Gets taken down, just effectively says, here, kill me for free. good on Stalker to find the headshot to go ahead and get Choice A1 out of the fight. So a Hanzo for a Hanzo Prophet, obviously with a faster run back, but now Stalker will go down. Krong building up the flux. Tries to go for the stun here onto Smurf. Smurf still popping, knows the accretion is done, so it can't be interrupted. Drops Krong down to the floor. Then the grass keeps him safe for a little bit longer, but Smurf will get the melee execution. Mortality field there to try to buy some time as developed. Goes lower and lower, and Prophet will be able to scoop the kill in the end. The bot now shifting back, but a huge run back there for Charge. If they can quickly regain control, there's a hope for them.
Although they have to win multiple fights, so the issue is now they're down on ultimates. Well, they have the Dragon Strike because Choice 1 got a lot of kills, but is that going to be enough? We've already seen them kind of flub a Dragon Strike fight previously. More ultimates are available for the Seoul Dynasty, and they're resetting the bot back into neutral territory, so it's rough. It's rough for the Charge. They have made reasonable distance. I think this is a lot of distance for a team that was so far behind. They at least got that silver lining.
So Juan's playing on the high ground. Dragon Strike now available. Taking some pod shots across the way, hoping that somebody's going to push out around the corner.
By the way, look how passive Seoul are. They don't have to push into Charge. Charge have to push into Seoul, so Seoul can just play defensively. They're forced into it now because Stalker dies.
Yeah, but the Dragon Strike, it goes off. He's thinking that he's going to catch people, flush them out into the front, but with that initial kill on a Stalker, that's exactly where the Charge want to be. They want to be rushing down the Seoul Dynasty, and that's exactly what they're doing. The kill's coming through. Smurf once more going to be the last one to fall.
OT coming.
And overtime is coming through. 21 meters, what they have to make up for with this push, but they already have the checkpoint. They don't have to worry about the delay. They just now have to win the fights. Develop almost has an overclock. The window nearly there as well to pair with it. See if the Charge can make it happen.
Has to be perfect. I gotta say, with 20 meters remaining, they can absolutely do this, but it will require about 2 perfect fights here, maybe even 1 if Seoul fail to push, and currently they're playing very slowly.
They get the immortality field taken down. Just 11 meters now left to go, but Prophet's going to fall. Choice A1 finds the elimination. The overclock is popped. Krong going to die, however. Stalker with an overclock of his own gets unique. Everyone will fall, and right at the final hurdle, even with losing Prophet off the rip, the rest of the Dynasty will be able to clutch it out. It was looking fantastic for the Charge. Kudos to them for not giving up. They ran it back in a way that I didn't really anticipate, but unfortunately, it's just a little bit shy of the mark. 11 meters. Too far away to be able to claim victory here on map number 1. But once more, it is a good showing for the Charge. Even in the loss, they are still looking competitive.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because after 3 minutes, you're looking at the distance, you're looking at what they had to work through, and you're thinking this is not going to go well. Very unlikely that they will win. Indeed, they didn't win, but credit where credit is due. They pushed very far. It was 109 to 120. I mean, that's a hell of a comeback for the Guangzhou Charge to attempt. And I think on any other game mode or a different kind of map, that's not on push, they probably could have actually won that one. But in that sort of situation in OT, perfect play required. And if Choice of 1 doesn't pop off on that initial drive for them to get the 109, they wouldn't have even gone that far in the first place. And you'll see stat-wise that he did actually get a deadlift there as well. 15 out of 30 frags. So Choice of 1 on that Hanzo doing God's work for the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, it certainly was. A very nice showing there from Choice A1. The rest of the Charge, if they can just level up a little bit, they will be able to claim our next map. It's going to be Dorado for Escort. We'll see what happens, see if the Charge can get this tied up, or if the Dynasty will be able to move it forward 2-0, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, one map out of the way. Colosseo going over to the Seoul Dynasty. Guangzhou Charge, though, keeping it competitive, nearly making the miracle run back after a 120 meters start for the side of the Dynasty. They get close, they get 11 meters away or so, but can't quite cut it. Now we turn our sights over to Dorado to see if the Guangzhou Charge can tie things up.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a good showing from the Charge. It wasn't enough to win. I think, had they been able to reduce the meterage from the Seoul Dynasty, I think the most important part was you'll notice that Seoul's original push was something like 104, and then they made it to 120 after that, or something like that. So had Charge maybe prevented the 120 from occurring, that may very well have been a Charge comeback, and a exceptionally rare 100 meter plus comeback as well, which basically doesn't happen. I don't think it actually has happened before. Paris got close versus Houston, or the other way around, not too sure anymore, but in either case, on a map like Colosseo, you just don't really see it. So credit to Choi-Se-Wan, who those 3 to 4 frags that he solo killed in Seoul Dynasty territory absolutely made the difference. And now we'll see if Choi can do it again on further maps. As like you sort of mentioned here, we're going to Dorado. Fitz coming in to play the Widowmaker, and the Sojin as well. Fitz and Stalker both sharing that role. But for a map like this, you need some hard sniping hit scan, and that's what Fitz is known for.
That he is, but yeah, I mean, Choi-Se-Wan kind of having Prophet's number, something that we don't get to say about a lot of people in that first map. We'll see how he fares going into the next one with Dorado and see what they're going to be piloting as well on either side. See what these comps look like, because I feel like it's been a good little while since we've seen Dorado here in APAC.
I'll add one extra thing here as well in terms of commentary from that last map just before we head into Dorado, as we're about to load into the map. But, you and I, we've had some talk and criticism about Smurf Sigma in the past, but I gotta say, on that last map, he stood up. He actually played so well that he, stat-wise, outperformed Krong, but not only that, but made very, I think, well-positioned individual decisions as well. His own understanding of positioning and pacing when, they had the initial damage onto, who was it, Develop in the first skirmish, and they all pushed up, Smurf getting in Krong's face. The solo flux onto Unique that ended up turning a fight. I mean, stuff like that. Smurf has been a player that I think is leading the role as far as Overwatch 2 5v5 tank, a guy that plays it all, has now a mastery over the off-tank hero pool as well as the main tank hero pool, and even though we've sort of had comments about some of his off-tank heroes before, he's only gotten better over time with every single game we've seen.
Yeah, that he has. It's been such a just steady upward trajectory there. Here we go. Charge first on the defense. We will see the Ashe and the Tracer. Choi-Se-Wan was looking excellent on this pick as well just yesterday, finding multiple, tags coming through. Multiple sticks with those pulse bombs. Fits for now. So going to see if he can spot anybody. Sees a Doom Fist. Not exactly going to be prime real estate when it comes to getting a headshot, though.
Oh, Smurf. Changing to Doom as well, so
okay.
Gives them permission to play the Doom matchup here. Prophet as well going over towards the Tracer. You want to counter the Doom. Tracer, shown in the kickoff flash meta, was a great sort of soft counter towards that. And, well, Fitz has to be a little bit careful now because Krong can just dive on top of Fitz at any particular point, so he has to play this one with a little bit of trepidation. Fairly passive start for Krong, though. Doesn't want to commit just yet.
Like that, he can't really throw much at him, so he just throws a poison trap up there. Like, come on, step in it, so at least I can see where you're at. Does not, but he gets the opening headshot.
Step into my shot.
Yeah, Develop. He just kind of walked right in front of the crosshair. Fitz said thank you very much. All he had to do was pull the trigger. It was made easy for him. Krong, however, does get involved, finds a creative, and Fitz gets taken down. So definitely a massive trade up here, you would say. But now Krong falling does equalize things a little bit. Choi-Se-Wan still getting down to 30 here. Up close and personal will find Vinheim. As Charge continued to just keep this payload locked into position. Good efforts from Choi-Se-Wan. Now going to look to make his exit down to 3 HP. Prophet dashes, gets that kill, but Develop very quickly thereafter manages to trade it right back. Cart will start getting some distance, though, as Krong rejoins. Smurf going to be taking a nap. Can they get the execution? They're looking for it. The Fitz snipes far away right in the skull. They will still get the kill on the tank, though. And Fitz now has to pull back out of that high ground position.
But it's super important that Charge are getting these return frags. You'll notice so far there's not been a single kill from the Seoul Dynasty that the Guangzhou Charge haven't responded to. That's going to give them the opportunity to still have respawns, still be able to contest. They're not currently doing so effectively now as they're still waiting for members to come through, but payload has currently stalled. We're waiting for Krong to engage.
Just taking it slow and steady here. Double Anti out onto the supports to the side of the Dynasty. The dash forward Prophet trying to get that kill on a Krong.
Krong lives.
He raises the fists, yeah. Gets that damage mitigation coming through. Manages to survive and gets a nice headshot there on the Fitz. Krong now taking down Creative. Prophet falling as well. And Smurf is the last man standing, and he will not be able to exit. He's just going to get taken down. A quick little punch from Krong. Comes up with 2 on the back end, and it's a minute and 35 seconds remaining here for the Dynasty.
Now, that was a really good pocket towards Krong as well, keeping him alive. It was a 1 HP that we saw on the top HUD there. If Krong dies, I think that defense is probably shot. Krong actually didn't even have. I don't think he had the meteor strike just yet. So Seoul Dynasty very close to turning that one over and capping. Payload now slowly moving backwards, like you said, time becoming an issue now. But Ultimate's online, however, it is online for both teams, so this next fight's going to decide a lot.
Oh, Nano going through. Creative does nail the sleep dart. They whip shot him away. It's not going to wake him up. Rally now rolling from Unique despite the deaths. Going to try to survive and hold out until the rest of the team can rejoin. For now, he's playing rather elusively, just dodging and ducking around the cart, but eventually the rest of the team does collapse in upon him. The rare sleep dart kill comes through for Creative, and it will be that 2.5 minute bump up in the time bank for the Dynasty. Not going to be full held.
So Nano's replied to both of our tanks there, but when you look across the board, far more invested by Seoul Dynasty. They would be desperate to actually get that cap, knowing that time was working against him, and while Guangzhou Charge failed to respond with a few of their own. Would have loved to have seen the Bob in that previous fight. Not going to be the case now. As still not great time remaining for the Seoul Dynasty. This is unlikely to be a push that they can push to the finale of the map. I don't think this is going to go into the time bank at all. So the question will be for the Charge, where does the hold happen? Can they actually do it on B?
Pulse bomb going through. Choice A1 managing to find Vinheim. Meteor strike used by Krong. Wants to try to drop down on top of Fitz. Offers up a little bit of damage, but Develop will find the headshot in the end. So a nice little one fight here. Now for the Charge, as Prophet will be found out. Fist raised, blocking some damage. Krong just gonna back away from the fight. Says, yeah, I probably won't be able to lock you down. I'll just let you just go ahead and fight against somebody else.
Yeah, Payload wasn't really moving too much there as well, but now it's starting to pick up a little bit more pace. As for the side of Charge, I mean, they can't play this one passively. They have to engage fights even without ultimates. Great stick as well. Straight up to Develop.
Nice. Yep. Really big opening kill. Now far away, trapped in the doorway. The body block from Smurf doing wonders. They have him completely surrounded. The kill comes through. That's the support's now gone. Krong as well going to fall. A great amount of space now here for the side of the Dynasty as they continue to push forward, making decent time. They need every little second they can get, given that initial hold that was coming through from the Charge.
A super important fight for the Seoul Dynasty, right? Because Charge were in position to go for a play, but Prophet landed the stick first. Charge couldn't respond, they couldn't trade, they lose that fight. And now in the final moments of B cap, he asked, can they hold B? It's looking more like a C hold at the moment. Pending what happens to Krong here, can he receive a nano? Farway's nearly there.
Smurf dropping into the back lines, and yep, with that shot going through, they set up for the elimination. Fitz trying to grapple away. The recall going to be used. Can they save him? And the answer is going to be yes. Far away, now going to be taken down as the follow-up kills continue to fly through. Develop not really anywhere to go. Prophet will be able to claim him in the end. The cart has now entered the final stretch. The door will raise, and it's 2 minutes and 23 seconds for this final push for the side of the Dynasty, and they have a hell of a lot of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, so the snowball is definitely real. I mean, there's now more of an opportunity to actually finish the map because Seoul just haven't had to use ultimates to actually push. I mean, sure, the Meteor Strike was used in the previous fight, and now Pulse was successfully onto Unique. This is just putting Charge further back. They're failing to trade.
Yeah, struggling to get out of the spawn room there. Further delaying the rally. Unique still not that far away. And oh boy, Choice A1 gets caught, gets annihilated. The support's collapsing in on top of him. The kill comes through, and the cart in the meantime has been pushing for free, completely unhindered. No one has been able to contest because the Charge have not been able to gather up as a 5-man unit. They finally now have their opportunity in the final stretch. The Nanos going to go out onto either Doom and Fist, respectively. Rally rolling from both of the Brigidas as well. First punch comes through. Choice A1 gets on top of Fitz. That's a Widowmaker eliminated. Prophet does very much the same on the opposite side. Finding that elimination on to Develop. Meteor Strike used by Smurf. Drops down. It's going to be antied out for now, but still manages to out-trade. Wins against Faraway. Gets the punch out there on a Krong. Tries to buy himself some space for some reinforcements to come through, but there's no reinforcements to be found. Krong in the meantime going to be taking a nap. There's the cart just 0.58 meters left to go. Krong, he comes back through the Meteor Strike at the ready. Unique going to be swapping over to the Lucio. And a speed boost back
Doesn't
in.
use
Prophet
it.
holding on to yet another pulse bomb. Throws it out. Gets the stick. Unique is out of the fight. Krong dead as well. Doesn't get to use that meteor strike as you say. And yep, you can see through walls. You can shoot Prophet in the head. But you cannot contest the card as a Widowmaker. 55 seconds left in the time bank. The Dynasty will complete.
I mean, speaking of contesting card, there just wasn't one for about 2 points there. A was a fantastic defense for the Charge. They played the timer down, nearly down to 0 there. Barely enough time for the Seoul Dynasty to get anything done on B and C, but look at where the payload was the entire way through. They had an unimpeded push all the way from the start of B to the end of C. It was all Seoul Dynasty fight wins, and realistically speaking, I mean, looking at the time, if there was even one reset there from the Guangzhou Charge on the Seoul Dynasty where they get to actually set up a real defense, Seoul Dynasty have to wait for respawns, it would go to OT, OT would heavily favor the Guangzhou Charge, and they would successfully hold. If not B, then definitely C. But when you're getting snowballed so heavily, and we have to kind of go back a couple of fights now where Seoul Dynasty get to camp B completely for free. No ultimates expended minus a meteor strike. That can't be allowed because Charge on the A defense were at least trading evenly. That's something I specifically said that was good about the Charge A defense that was completely missing from the rest of the defense.
All right, well, let's see how the Charge now fare. Fits with the defensive Widowmaker sight lines. Could do wonders for the side of the Dynasty. Still down to the wire. It's just going to be peeking, seeing it. If anyone comes out the far left door, we can tell it's not going to be the case, and certainly the Charge should have a sense that somebody could be watching this. Oh, well, I said that.
He's actually got a target. It's a very singular angle, isn't it, though? Because you see the initial two entrances, and now he's going to have to move away. Develop sniping, of course, is his best hero, the Widowmaker. We didn't get to see too much of it on the defense. You'll notice that he got stuck by Prophet as the Ashe swaps to the Widowmaker. They lose the B fight immediately, and then C is not a good point for sniping for Develop. So very sad state of Widowmaker play for Develop on that defense. Hoping that'll turn around now for the attack. I think it's going to be a much better time being an offensive Widowmaker, especially with A to play through.
Yeah, I like the swap here from far away. Goes for the Zenyatta. Smurf going to be having a bit of a rough time if Charge can play like they did yesterday. Krong on the Diva is, you know, something that we don't get to see too often.
It's because he can't play the Winston, right? This is he has two options here as far as dive heroes. He can play the Doom or he can play the Diva. Everything else is not really within his hero pool. So that's the problem with running a player like Krong on a map like this, whereas Rio could play the Bull, he could play the Winston. He has more options, but currently Krong is the starter on this tank role.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with it. Thinking back to the triple mech recall kill on this very map. Don't think that's quite going to happen. So just some void things there from the Shanghai Dragons. Dash into the back. There's the stick. And
some Prophet things.
Yep. Prophet finding that kill. A little bit of a minor, you know.
We've had that bug before, actually. We have had that one.
It's devouring the remains of the pulse bomb after it drops off of Unique's dead corpse is basically what it is. Choice A1 will find creative though, so a good answer back 1-for-1 on the exchange between the supports. Creative now going to be respawning, looking to rejoin. That nano boost is nearly available, which will make for the bit of cleaner dives for Smurf. Doesn't have to worry as much about the Discord orbs there from far away. Venheim now under fire and will die. Choice A1 getting on top of him. Huge pick off.
This be a forced nano here. I mean, Creative doesn't quite have it yet. Barely will make it happen in terms of finding the charge. Use it on Smurf surely to get him in.
Smurf now going to be jumping into the back lines, and you can see even with that nano, the Discord orb, the focus fire does wonders to take down the scientist. Smurf out of the fight. Prophet now trying to keep the cart contested. Has burned the recall. Dashing and ducking around the side. The Transcendence now going to be used as well as they wait for Smurf to rejoin the Primal Rage, just 10% out. Fitz pulling back, as is the Zenyatta. Prophet going to be the one that has to try to hold this. Dashing to the back. Choice A1 going to be met with a sleep. Self-destruct from Krong, not going to be able to find any eliminations, and Choice A1 does get finished off Venheim there with the headshot, playing off the back of Creative setup. They get that elimination. Prophet, however, now going to fall. Creative going to be taken down as well. Into the corner goes Fitz, and he is going to remain there. It seems like the Charge should be able to win out the fight. Smurf, knowing wisely that the Primal Rage will not buy them any additional time, just saves it for the next follow-up fight. The cart will push through, and it's nearly 3.5 minutes now for the Charge in the second stretch.
Speaking of the Primal Rage, by the way, Smurf didn't have it during the Nano, right? The Nano was partially to get Smurf in to contest the payload and partially to help him build towards that Primal. Had he received the Primal, in terms of doing the damage required, could have been a different story. Soul maybe maintain control and position of the payload on that A defense, but they're just sort of on the comeback, right? They have to try and retake. To be fair, the retake somewhat successful in forcing out ultimates. They will at least make it expensive for the Charge, something the Charge didn't really do to the Seoul Dynasty on their own defense. So Seoul burning away some time, still reasonable, 3 minutes. It's about what Seoul had on their attack here, so we're looking at even amounts of time.
Okay, Vinham finding the better of far away. Choice A1 with that pulse bomb wasn't able to catch Fitz. Fitz now just repositioning, gonna make his way through the opposite side of the church. Get a nice little straight shot, but oh boy, speaking of straight shots, develop straight into the skull of Vinham. Finding some revenge there for Faraway, who's got a much faster run back. Fitz, however, will find Choice A1. At long last has been on the hunt for that Widowmaker, but the Widow comes up trumps.
It slowed things down quite considerably. You'll remember that Seoul at this exact same time continued pushing through B, but already a major slowdown from the Charge side of things. Develop opening up the frags, but unable to translate that as a team into anything further. So if Develop can do it again, that would be great. He has another advantage on the infra site. Fitz has been behind of Develop by a rough 20%. Smurf's found him on the back.
Speaking of behind, Smurf, yep, diving into the back, takes quite a bit of damage out, and Prophet will manage to get the alley-oop. The pulse bomb goes through just to catch the Widowmaker. Thought maybe he would save that for a bit of a more prime target, such as Unique, given that he nearly has that rally online. But he says, no, I'll just go ahead, get rid of the get rid of the infra site, take out that Widow, and let our supports breathe more easily and get into a more advantageous position. As you can see, Vinham there on the high ground now, feeling a bit more comfortable.
I mean, sometimes it's kind of worth, right, because you'll give Fitz the favorable matchup here. He doesn't have to play up against a infra site. Yep. So, it comes up to what you value in terms of the cast. In terms of, what I value in the cast. So in terms of what you value on that defense.
Oh,
instead of hunting Develop again. He's just keeping that Widowmaker down.
I mean, there's nothing you can do. Bionade that time, not going to find anything. Self-destruct used by Krong. Not going to find anything, but we'll be able to remech safely. The rally rolling, just offering up some green HP, but Wiley, the cart is still not moving. Prophet has been able to contest this, and now Smurf rejoins the fight. Unique going to fall immediately after the ult expires, basically, and Smurf is straight back in on the develop, and there's just not a damn thing that Faraway can do. He was living up to his name all the way over here in the banker. Nearly his name, there's missing an A. Either way, wasn't in range, couldn't do anything. Now they all fall apart. Choice A1 being hunted. Prophet says, yep, I've got a recall back up. I can fight you here.
It's going to be a late
He's got
stagger.
the rest of the team to reinforce. That's a massive stagger. And now it's 26 seconds left.
And even less considering, Charge have to regroup quickly here. Choice A1 dying is another 10 seconds off the table. So that 30 becomes a 20. And even less as Charge still kind of just look for initial positioning. Developer so concerned about being flanked. He has to Widow Mine behind him, right? So just this pressure from Smurf has been so unreal today and giving Fitz a fantastic matchup where otherwise Develop would have shined.
Smurf playing like a sneaky monkey. Hanging out just behind the wall, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Fitz, however, does get taken down, but as Smurf strikes, Faraway falls. Unique dead as well. That is the support's now gone. The Primal Rage will finish off Develop, but it's just Krong and Choice A1 against the world, against the defending champs. They kick off Clash. Krong anteed out, does its damnedest, gets the punch, but will fall. Choice A1 with the last second tag in, but cannot do anything else. The cart will rest, just turning the corner in front of B, and Seoul Dynasty will win the map, now moving up 2-0.
That was flawless. I mean, that B defense was so pristine coming through for the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet and Smurf again working to perfection on that defense. We've actually seen this before. I can't remember who they were playing against, but there was that very, pristine clip of them, Prophet and Smurf diving on a Widowmaker together on that sort of A-ending archway, right? The Dorado defense for Seoul Dynasty, once again, still stronger than ever. I have to say, man, Smurf making a Winston look good in this meta, where Winston usually is a bit of a detriment. It's got to be said. I just think Smurf is, in my opinion, the best Overwatch 2 tank. He really is just the best 5v5 tank runner. He's got it all. He's got the off tanks covered. He's got the main tanks covered. Fantastic synergy with everybody. He's a two-time champion for a reason. He diffed Krong in this matchup as well. I mean, it's a bit of a team dip, but also Smurf individually. Look at the way he just shuts down everybody. Shuts down Develop, gets away with his life. Everything is in this man's hands. Seoul Dynasty are unstoppable because everybody is playing at such a high level.
Yeah, I mean, Smurf just like you said, just living up to the name, he is smurfing, it would seem. But if anybody could make the Winston work in this meta, it's got to be him. Was very much in contention for best Winston in the world in the past, and I think very clearly is. I really think it's really debatable right now in the world here in 2022, the best Winston that we have in the league. Incredible performance from him and the Dynasty on that point B defense. Now we turn our sights over to Eichenwalde to see if the Guangzhou Charge can stay alive in the series, put a map win up, extend this to control, or if it's going to be a 3-0 sweep once more at the hands of the Dynasty. Don't go anywhere. And we are back and going into what could very well be the last map of our first series of the day. Dynasty just looking utterly impeccable. It was a good start for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, managing to get that push into point A with, not relative ease, I suppose, but They got there had a good amount of time in the time bank, but the Dynasty just continued to grind away at it, whittled it down to nothing, cleaned them off the cart, and get the win. A lot of it having to do with Smurf, who's currently the front runner for player of the match. So we'll see what happens, though, as we go into Eichenwalde to potentially close things out.
A was where it was close, and then the rest of the map was not, unfortunately. So, you know, kind of where the cookie crumbles there for the Guangzhou Charge. And once again, similar stories, right, where we look at previous Charge matches, not just this one, but then analyzing this one as well. When you look across Colosseo, moments at Dorado, and you got to say, I mean, it will sound like a broken record at this stage. They look good at reasonable times. You know, they are competing here or there, but not quite enough to be able to really close it out. Right, and if they do close it out, they get that one map win on Route 66 versus Chengdu Hunters. Not enough to continue that with any sort of consistency to take it any further than that. And, you know, take us to about 5, close an entire series. It's been rough.
Sorry to our riders, but, I mean, can't help it. Dynasty have a very nice win rate on Hybrid versus this squad right here, the Guangzhou Charge. We will have a pause right off the rip, so hopefully get that taken care of. Usually over here in APAC, we're able to scramble our admins, scramble our IT squad a little bit faster, and get things taken care of and get back into the game with relative ease.
You're the master of pauses, aren't you? I mean, you're the most experienced pauser of casters. I would even say globally of any game, any caster, of any time period. So, you know, you're
there's
like,
a couple out there who would give me a little bit of
It's you or like
Monty
Monty-Doa, you know, maybe.
I think Pansy in some other esports has had an immense amount of pauses throughout her career. So she and I kind of share in that burden, and I'm reminded constantly by my co-casters that it's always my fault that we have to experience pauses. But as of late, at least in Overwatch, they have been pretty quick. I can't really remember the last time I had an extremely long pause in Overwatch. Actually, I can. I think it was the Unco pause of 2019 was the last time I had an incredibly long technical difficulty, but if I'm incorrect about that,
not this one.
Somebody else will remind me for sure. But not today. We're already back in.
Yep. And just talking about some of the hovers here, obviously no major lock-ins until we get in, so I'll bring up the Smurf Ryan quickly, as it is a fair possibility. I think Ryan's got a reasonable matchup onto A, especially versus a Sigma. Maybe a little bit more questionable as we head into B than good on C again, but that's kind of the flexibility you get with Smurf. He'll start out on the Sigma, which is a lot safer. Might even just decide to stay on this, as the Sigma versus Sigma matchup is going to be decent. We'll have a look at what the swaps are going to be. Vindane staying on the break even, so they're not that interested in having like a Bap Zen kind of combo to really poke out, but they are interested in having the Hanzo at least to poke out the Shield of Chrome.
Decent shield break there. I mean, Smurf, as long as he can get those barriers placed, it's going to be a rough time to develop and Choice A1 to try to get their shots through. And now Choice A1 is going to be sniped out of the air. Okay, what a shot from Prophet. Knew exactly where that Echo was going to be. Reveals everybody there with the recons now. It's wrapping around the side. He's looking for the headshot here on a far away, who does get tagged up a bit. Looks like he will be able to survive by using his shift ability. Develop, however, has fallen, and it's going to be an incredibly fast cap. I mean, it looked like Stalker was going to get that kill. Nope, it's Creative. Creative takes it away. Stalker will get Krong in the end. And there you go. Okay, 5.5 minutes in the time bank. Vroom, vroom.
They're like, you know, they're like hungry piranhas. You know, they're all just taking their turn, coming in, trying to get a bite, fighting over the frags,
piranhas eat rather slowly. This was more like lions eating gazelles.
So more like, I think more like movie Hollywood piranhas, you know, where they try to make them way scarier than they really are. Except Seoul Dynasty really are just that scary. You know, you say lions, but I say tigers. See what I did there? As a Seoul Dynasty down, like you mentioned, 5+ minutes pushing on through major ultimate advantages. Krong at least is keeping up.
Well, already Cart going to be making its way through the Portcullis. If you don't know what that is, Google it. Say just contest inside of the castle. If you don't know how to spell it, there to make sure.
Just try.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to sound out, I think, but just start with Port and then I. And you can go from there. But for now, yeah, just pushing their way through up onto the ramparts. If you don't know what that is, you can also Google it. This is just the
any more castle
structure. Someone's going to point out that I'm actually really incorrect about what a rampart is, actually. But good amount of damage going through there onto Creative for just a brief moment. There's the Flux dropping him down. Immortality Field actually a little bit late, but helps him survive on the back end.
That's a cancel
by the elimination. Creative still going to die. Stalker does get the better of the counterpart Sojourn. Pushing up, Rally rolling, Vinheim looking to escort, and yep, the cleanup will be there. As Krong and Choice A1 end up going down, and in the meantime, hey, the cart, it's pushing across the bridge. Prophet kills Unique, and this fight is a wash.
So, which means it's been like mostly a 4v5 as well, because the Seoul Dynasty pushed through the actual castle. Look at this. One fight went on B, and they've got a full cap. That can't be possible. You never see situations where you very rarely see situations where a team only has to take one fight on B, and they get a cap out of that. That really shouldn't be happening.
No, not at all. It is just an utter domination right now.
Still
Choice
5
A1
minutes,
now
by
going
the
to
way.
be dead. Stalker gets the headshot. And there's the overclock now. Barrier goes up, but it's going to be broken rather quickly. They do pull back around the corners. Unique has the rally rolling. Looking for a little bit more, but the overclock widely not going to find too much value, but it does zone back the Guangzhou Charge as Prophet goes on a bit of a secret mission. Slinking around the back. He is behind enemy lines. See if he can find anything with the pulse bomb. He's going to be throwing it now off screen. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Immortality Field was used as well by Faraway to try to keep everybody alive, but they're still suffering an immense amount of damage, and Prophet still manages to get that kill. Stun on the Unique, Krong at a sliver of HP. Throwing everything that they can to try to keep him sustained, but it's not going to happen. Choice A1, now the last man standing. He gets broken out of the duplicate and has to jet away. The push will come through, and that has to be an Overwatch 2 record, surely. 4 minutes
Definitely
and
an
8
Overwatch 2
seconds.
record. I can't remember what the Overwatch 1 record is. Stats Lab would have to be online for me to find that out. But for an Overwatch 2 record, I don't know. I'll have to say that it is. I'm just going to say that it is because I haven't seen a faster Eichenwalde yet. 352, for those that want to do the maths, that was the total amount of time that the Seoul Dynasty took to push from A to B, full completion. One attempt the entire way through. The Seoul Dynasty did not lose a single fight. In fact, this one's really interesting, Achilles. There's only one death on the entire Seoul attack, and that's creative. Everybody else is deathless. 0 deaths on everybody else except for the one on creative. That's it.
Yeah. There was
Krong has the only kill. Krong is the only kill from the charge. That's it.
There was so little going on in that I actually wanted to double check my medieval battlements and whatnot terminology. Turns out it's not portcullis, it's portcullis. There's no I in there. So my bad on that one.
Yeah,
but,
you baited
I was
people.
correct
Like,
about the rampart.
spell port.
Nailed that.
Like,
Yep,
yeah,
spell
spell
port,
port,
and
add
then-
the I, and everyone's
and
like,
then
wait a minute. I added the I, and I can't find the word.
People are
Baited by
playing.
Achilles.
Achilles, that's not how you spell portcullis. How about I yell at you in the chat right now? But it's all good. We got there in the end, as did the Dynasty. And they got there rather quickly. 408, I mean, good lord. What do you even do right now if you're the Charge?
They finished the whole map within the regulation time of just A. That's crazy. That is something else. I can't even remember what the Overwatch 1 records were. They were definitely quick, but this is something to behold for sure. Guangzhou Charge now, a lot of work to do. And you have to remember the Seoul Dynasty got A snowballed very quickly from Prophet, just getting that disgusting Hanzo pick onto Choice F1. Choi, and Choi's dead again, so he's still the first pick on A, just on the other side of the map.
Speaking of which, they're just not letting Choice A1 play the game at all. They saw that he was very much a big win condition for Charge yesterday, but they have been shutting him down.
I think the Hanzo would be good here for him as well because they would have some pressure on the Prophet. Playing the Tracer here means it's a lot of pressure for Choi to get into the back line and pressure behind, so you can start to see that now. Stalker's even on the chase, somewhat. He's not fully committing to the chase. So Choi wants to really play the Tracer. I mean, this is kind of where it has to start, right? You need to have some backline control, force people to turn around for you. But Charge still have to push in. Like, you can't just have Choi there. The rest of the team needs to make some moves.
Yeah, they just can't do anything. The ones that are making moves on the side of the Dynasty. And we're already nearly, half the time bank drained away. They're looking for Faraway, who will manage to take down
that's the
Prophet
second
at the very
kill.
end.
That's the second kill.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Seoul Dynasty, 2 deaths now. Unacceptable. They've died twice this map. 2 minutes and something left. 2:12, whatever. Ultimate's coming online. Unique looking for the window. So if they can sort of Actually, they won't be able to do too much because Smurf will just counter that, won't he? There he goes.
Yeah, there's the Flux. The Vitality Field comes down. Unique and Kronk still
2
very
HP.
low, though. Oh, HP. Managing to survive. Fields traded. Krong still under fire, but will finally start getting top back up. Unique is dumping those right clicks as fast as he possibly can. It's far away. Tries to get him, but Stalker finds a headshot. Prophet gets far away. Velt will finally fire back, but is quickly traded thereafter. Stalker going to have plenty of time now to return. Chengdu
That's not bad.
on the backside. Does find an elimination. That's good pickoffs here to try to help them get through, but now Chengdu is staggered.
I mean, that's a huge pick, though. I actually think the situation is it's not quite advantageous for the Charge, but at least be even. As Choi comes back, Vindame's also on the way back, but Vindame's run back is slightly longer, and he is a reasonably slow-ish character, so surely Charge can get some momentum off of this. They have the Flux advantage here as well. Creative will be able to counter, but at least it will give some way of entry for the Charge.
Okay, duplicate here for Prophet. They're managing to keep him alive through this, so the Flux could come through. He keeps going so low. They haven't been able to break it, and now the Flux will come in. Unfortunately, it's going to whip because Krong already got taken down by Stalker. So Prophet will just go back into his natural Echo form and get a sticky bomb kill here on a Chengdu. 47 seconds now remaining. Nearly 4 ultimates available for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Can they utilize them? Can they set foot on point A?
And I want you to pay attention to something here as well. Look at the charge timer currently at 35. When it reaches 8 seconds remaining, that is about when the Seoul Dynasty finished the map. 52, right? Yeah, it is. So, yeah. 8 seconds remaining, that's when Seoul Dynasty finished the whole map.
Yep. Well, definitely speed ran it, and oh my goodness, now Unique is going to go down. The Immortality Field no longer available. Prophet, 5 HP into the back line, goes up over top of the rooftop to try to get some healing through, and he will receive it. Flux not going to be able to find anything because of the trance. Krong isolated, taken down, was there to force out OT, but as far away falls. That is just going to be the bleed down on the overtime. That is going to be the series done and dusted. It started out decently competitive. That kind of carried through over into the initial parts of map number 2, but here on Eichenwalde, it was just not close at all. Seoul Dynasty, I mean, closing out the series faster than Boston drops players. This is just utterly impeccable from them.
Woo! Okay, they're rebuilding. They got some new people coming in. It's fine. They're professional. Seoul Dynasty here. I think this was expected. Everyone probably looks at this match and, yep, had to sneak one in there. You know, we'll keep beating that one until it dies. Maybe it's already done. Who knows? The point is, and Seoul, speaking of, you know, stop it. The Charge is already dead. You're beating them down. You know, they've only got 5 kills here, but we did expect this result. I think the silver linings you have to take away. I know it's upsetting to see Charge get kind of dumpstered in this way, but it is the first seeded team and the defending champions of the kickoff clash versus currently the 7th ranked team. This was probably always going to happen. What we're looking for is small glimpses, small moments. You can look at Charge and say, hey, these are improvements. These are things that are actually working for the Charge. So throwing some much needed bones here towards the Charge and, you know, extending some olive branches to say it wasn't all lost. Colosseo was honestly pretty damn good. You had a major comeback coming through from the Charge, a very difficult comeback, a good A defense / push coming through from the Charge as well on Dorado. Let's forget about Eichenwalde. That one you'll probably want to forget indeed. But for the Charge, I don't think you could realistically expect them to win a map today. If they did, it would have been a miracle, but to look even somewhat competitive on the first map, I think is reasonable.
And that was the thing. That was the miracle. They almost pulled it off, and then from there, it just steadily fizzled out all the way here into Eichenwalde, which, you know, will be another incident, and we won't talk about it moving forward. But Smurf, let's talk more about him, because he is, in fact, going to be our player of the match. We were pretty confident about it after his performance there on Dorado in Map 2, and he just continued to do absolutely excellently. And my final fun fact for Smurf for the evening here is that he finishes Eichenwalde completely deathless. The only deathless player on the server, did not die on the entire map. Both attack and defense, the entire map did not die. And without, I mean, it doesn't even need to be said, but considerably outplayed everybody in the Guangzhou Charge, including Sigma Krong there as well, who, to be fair to Krong, only so much you can do when your entire team is kind of struggling in that kind of moment there. But across the entire series, you know, the Sigma on Colosseo, fantastic. The Winston on Dorado, fantastic. Especially so considering that Winston is quite difficult to play in this meta. I mean, we've seen even moments where Smurf dives in with a nano,
gets completely fragged up. It happens, even to the best of them. But, once we got into that B defense, it was all over Smurf. Fantastic map control. And I'll say it again, I truly do think he is the best tank in the world currently in 5v5. He is our best tank in Overwatch 2 entirely. Some of the NA Andes will probably disagree with that one. If you do, you haven't watched enough Seoul Dynasty. Smurf is just a cut above.
I think in the past, I definitely would have challenged that when he wasn't playing here in APAC. I think that they're, especially with like Shanghai, how they were performing last season and whatnot, I think there was definitely a strong argument to be made for other candidates, but I agree. I think it's very much just cut and dry. He's just so far above everybody right now. Looks utterly impeccable and continues to lead the Dynasty to these one-sided victories as they just maintain their spot as the kings of APAC. But we're not done yet. Obviously, we have our game break that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. I don't know what nonsense Avril and I are going to discuss during that because there wasn't too much to talk about regarding this game. Maybe sing some more praises over to Smurf. I don't know. We'll figure it out during the break, which is coming up right now, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to our great game break there from match number 1 out of 3 of the day. Not too much to discuss here. This was kind of cut and dry. Seoul Dynasty looking utterly impeccable with a 3-0 victory. A lot of players on the side of the Charge not really getting the opportunity to play the game there on that last map, only finding 5 kills, etc., etc. Let's look forward, though, to the other 2 series that we have today, Avril, because those are the ones that are going to be carrying heavier implications for Midseason Madness.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, as you mentioned, Seoul already in the lead, Charge already eliminated. one team's guaranteed already in, the other team's guaranteed already out. This one was kind of just for fun, and I'm going to say we did have fun, and I'm sure, you know, Troy had fun on the first map, Smurf and everyone else Seoul had fun for the remaining maps, including the first one as well. Looking forward, as, you know, Killio site will be heading off after this and put you in the loving hands of Lemon, Kiwi and Leg Day for the remaining 2 matches, those being Valiant versus Chengdu, Shanghai versus Philadelphia. We'll offer a little bit of our analysis here before we head out, which is to say that for Valiant Chengdu, it's a super important game line at Kilios, because that one really decides who remains in the race. There is not that many opportunities left. Because Philly beat Hangzhou Spark yesterday, the door/window closes ever so slightly tighter, and for the Chengdu Hunters and Valiant, they both need to go flawless for the rest of the stage. 4 more games to play. All 4 must be won by either team to even have a shot at taking the position away from either Philly or Dragons. And for the Valiant and Hunters, well, to get 4 and 0, they have to go through each other. Only one team can go flawless here. The other one must lose, which means the winner of this gets to remain in the race in what becomes now a 3-horse race between Shanghai, Philly, and the winner of Chengdu versus LA Valiant. And the loser, unfortunately, will be basically out of contention for the mid-season madness. So much to play for there.
Heavily important matches, and I mean, given the way, you know, Chengdu Hunters kind of did get pressed just yesterday versus the Charge, the Valiant have been on the up and up. That's going to be an incredible, exciting series, you know, outside of the implications just on the play itself, I do believe. And then, of course, you know, Fusion versus Dragons. Can the Dragons get their revenge? Can the Fusion continue to look good after they took down the Spark yesterday? Finally got that Map 5 win after nearly 2 years, so Fusion probably going to be feeling pretty darn good, but can never take the Dragons, you know, lightly.
And just a quick note on the Dragons before we head off is they've gone 0-6 in maps against Fusion so far. They've only played the Fusion twice, and they've lost to Fusion twice as well in a row. They haven't won a single map versus Fusion just yet. Shanghai struggled last week. Can they bounce back this week? Fusion have already started to bounce back, and by the way, now on equal points with Shanghai. If Shanghai do not bounce back and Fusion do, Fusion will be safe from kind of relegation out of this tournament, and Shanghai will be in the firing lines of whoever wins between the Chengdu Hunters and the LA Valiant. So even the winner of this game is important because they get ahead of the other one to try and get that 3rd seed.
Yeah, very much is, and that action, I can't wait to watch it, and that's what I'm going to be doing, joining you guys there in the chat alongside Avril, because coming up next, we have those series brought to you by Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi. They'll be guiding you through the action here for the rest of the evening. Myself and Avril will see you again tomorrow, but goodbye from us. Make sure you stay tuned for the next 2 games.
Good morning, everyone. We got match 2 and 3. I know that first one was a quick one. Well, we got some better ones, I think, around the corner. At least let's hope so. We're the Double L's. This is Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi. You guys have seen us in APAC before, but we've also seen these two next teams a time or two. The Chengdu Hunters versus the LA Valiant are up to bat.
Well, I mean, only one of them we might be seeing in the mid-season madness. Starting off, when we're talking about the LA Valiant, they had a languishing beginning to the season, just showing these sparks of brightness after a rebuild. Of course, 2021, we don't talk about LA Valiant in 2021. But 2022, we're seeing a little bit more, and we're seeing a lot better as well. They've recently bought in some new reinforcements in the form of Marvel and Molly, but it's actually going to be Sarsin who's starting today. But looking at this, Lemon, I still want to focus it on one of the reinforcements, Molly, who I think has been a significant upgrade over Coldest and has been very reliable and a powerhouse in that flex support role. There's a reason why Molly was on that championship team in the Shanghai Dragons. It was considered a good enough talent to remain on that roster for a while. But can the rest of the Valiant work around him?
Well, the rest of the Valiant are working quite hard. I mean, they didn't make the kickoff clash, but when it comes to the mid-season madness qualifiers, they are actually undefeated. Now, to be fair, they've went up against Guangzhou and Philly, but still incredible and looking even better now that they've added Marvel into the lineup, which is giving them a Doomfist specialist, as he was on the Boston Uprising when it came to the Western region. Sashin still has limited flexibility for them with the Zarya and the Sigma. He just really needs to understand the give and the take when it comes to space on those tanks, especially when you're the only one at the front now in 5v5. Let's take a look at their opposition, though, the Chengdu Hunters, another team that was not at the kickoff clash, and a lot of their identity is centered around their dives, and especially Gaga.
Yeah, Gaga on the dives, we were talking about how Marvel's got this huge hero pool behind it, but the same can be said of Gaga. Every single main tank is definitely within Gaga's pool. An incredibly impressive wrecking ball. And if there's one thing that the previous Chengdu Hunters needed, it was definitely not a good wrecking ball, because they had Aimeng on the roster, but Gaga's good enough at wrecking ball to be able to just go toe-to-toe with Aimeng when it comes to being able to play that wrecking ball, and has the Reinhardt, the Winston on top of that, maybe a little bit of a Doom as well. And at the moment it seems like definitely Chengdu Hunters are all about that kind of dive identity, having the power of Jinmu's quick insertions alongside Gaga's mastery of the ball and Winston.
At least Jinmu is in his seat. He's ready to go. Backdrop just pulled up because Jinmu is about to pull up, okay? Because this is the star player when it comes to the Chengdu Hunters. I would say that easily the #1 Genji in APAC, and the statistics speak for itself. #1 in hero damage, Dragon Blade kills, and second in Dragon Blade efficiency on the Genji. So I like that with Gaga's Hammond or Winston, it synergizes really well with Jinmu's Genji, which is interesting that they lean more on the Genji side, while the Western region prefers a lot more Tracer for their dive. So I love that APAC kind of gets away or just has a unique take on the meta, although Genji's becoming more returning in the meta, while as Leap gets to sit back on the Sojourn and just chill and poke people down.
Yeah, we've seen Jinmu play Tracer here and there, but we definitely agree that Leave is the better Tracer of the two, and Jinmu's Genji is a little bit too powerful sometimes to leave on the sidelines, and the Genji does have its place, as we've seen before, in being able to move up and having some quick explosive damage when it comes to brawls. When you're trying to overwhelm a Sigma, for instance, with your own Sigma and Brigitte at your back, Jinmu as a Genji can essentially play as a frontline DPS, and that can really create a lot of distraction for Leave to be able to find final blows and claim space elsewhere to generate crossfires.
I'm excited for this match, also because we just haven't casted APAC in like a hot minute. Like the last time we did it was what, the kickoff clash qualifiers, and Then we're like, oh, I just woke up from my coma and I was like, I can't wait to see the Shanghai Dragons, which will be our last match of the day. I was like, man, they're doing good. I predicted them to go all the way in the kickoff clash, and then I was like, I'm sorry, what? They're 0-6. So the times have changed with the most recent patch, with the soldier nerfs and of course the big up and up with the flex supports, kicking butt in the meta quite literally. So I'm wondering how the dives of Chengdu are really going to do, and mainly how LA Valiant, despite having such limitations in their tank role, how much better they've looked with Marvel. And after VOD reviewing, I think Marvel adds a lot more decisiveness to Valiant's engages.
Let's have a look at our maps at Lemon to see where this one is going to be decided. Of course, we do have a preset map selection during the qualification for both Mid-Season Madness and for most of our tournaments, I believe. The loser picks comes in the tournament cycle itself, and we're in double push at the moment. So New Queen Street is going to be where we're beginning. Canada Day has passed, but today we shall be looking at the beautiful streets of Toronto, and this has been one of the places where I think we see a little bit more Tracer than Genji, but over in North America, where you and I have been hanging out a bit more, Lemon, we've seen some wacky things on New Queen Street, all about the speed and the power of moving in with a Sombra and a Tracer together and simply trying to outpace an enemy Doomfist, which is incredibly popular in North America. A little bit less Doomfist, it feels like, in APAC.
Well, when it comes to both these teams, they've seen recent success on this very map. Just looking back at LA Valiant's history, they fully captured New Queen Street for the win against the Philadelphia Fusion in Week 7. That went all the way to a Game 5. And it was Sasha and Zarya with Easy Han's Sojourn, Innovation Sombra, and a Lucio Zen, which we don't get to see too often. And just recently with Chengdu, when they went up against the Charge just yesterday, it was Gaga's Hammond with Leaf Sojourn, Jinmu Tracer, and a Zen Ana. So a bit of different approaches from either sides.
There might be trouble here for the side of Los Angeles Valiant if Jinmu can try and find some purchase towards the back with this Tracer, because they don't have a huge amount of healing really, and already Innovation has managed to get Nisha quite low.
Yeah, it looks like some good control of Statue with Sashin leading the way for the Valiant. He's a good brawler, and Gaga, they just want to ignore Sashin and jump on someone like Easy Han, who's going to be the easiest target. You know who's an easy target? Innovation, apparently, who's been slept already this match. But Easy Han has his back, snipes the supports of the Chengdu Hunters, and that's a quick fight for the Valiant.
So let's have a quick look at the overall LA Valiant comp and what it means, what needs to be done. When you look at the explosive damage that comes out of a Zenyatta alongside Discord Orb and the speed of Lengza as well, it's short fights in the interest of the LA Valiant. They don't want to try and beat Monk in a protracted battle where he's eventually going to hit one of those bardic grenades and doom a member of the Los Angeles Valiant. Sarsen might even be saving bubbles to cleanse anti-heals in the midst of these as well.
Still some good card push, 30 meters. Innovation with Mega Control, which is always a safe spot that the defensive team are going to take and keep, especially someone like Molly, who's been slept, quickly woken up. Not an assassination that Jinmu could find right now, as Easy Han's keeping patrol of the flank and has spotted the Hunters behind them. Doesn't look like he's too concerned, more getting towards the bot and counter-rotating to the left side as you see the Hunters grab the high ground.
Innovation has hacks and packs as well, which keeps a good amount of territory control basically free for the LA Valiant. Gaga's taking so much damage before fights even happen, but finally Sasa might be overwhelmed.
Oh, Easy Han. He's charged up, he's got his sights set onto Monk and doesn't connect on that shot as Monk gives the nano over, but I mean, this is just pure death after the EMP from Innovation got them low, and a great finish for the Valiant as they continue to extend their lead.
And I love how Sarsen's playing around the central Nexus terminal, Lemon, where that Mega Pack is. Hacked by Innovation, 250 HP, burst healing. This is going to be the first checkpoint capped. And sure, Innovation has fallen away, but actually that slowed down Chengdu on their way to contest. And the bot was going to be pausing here anyway for a quick scratch and to watch those bollards fall on down. And now there's so much to try and defend Valiant with both their support ultimates available.
It's a hack. Jinmu, pulse bomb. It's just taking the card away. It's like taking candy from a baby, and Sasha has 100 energy. He could jump into this back line at any time, but knows the entirety of the Chengdu Hunters could turn around, but without Monk, they don't have a lot of healing, so it's just up to the Valiant to just go and rotate behind the Hunters and take the bot back and extend this past 57 meters. Now, there's still a ton of time left in the game, and the Hunters, they have the ults, and Gaga thinks it's winnable. He's using the Primal Rage and has already killed 2, and if he resets Sashin's energy here, he was close to 100. That's detrimental for the Valiant, but at least we see signs of life out of the Hunters.
That's going to make Sashin a little bit less dangerous in these forthcoming battles, and at least until he can generate enough energy to get back up to those higher numbers. For now, you can see that Jinmu is playing a little bit further forward, looking for these early engagements. The thing is, Innovation has such a freedom of information by being able to ping while in stealth and have a very well-informed dive for the Valiant.
See some control for the Hunters, but I'm worried about Valiant taking angles around them. They're just going to try and poke Gaga down. Nisha is the focus of Innovation, but Leave has his back. Nisha is able to keep the sound barrier. 5 versus 4 for the Hunters. They're trying to just get some push here on the barricade. Finally, Gaga just jumps inside of the gym, and Leave gets up in there too, and has already sniped 1. There's no supports left of the Valiant, and now you can see Hunters at the 30 meter, and now a fight win will get close to matching the 57 meters and potentially even take a lead.
Yeah, should be viable here to at least begin to grab that checkpoint, and of course there is going to be a pause after it, which will be a important battle. Innovation poking away, really wants that EMP, only 20% away. Combining that with a Graviton again might be everything, but for now it's all about contesting and getting Sars into position to use that big grav.
Oh, Gaga's so low. Monk has the Nano. Usually want to give it to the Winston, although I don't mind a Jinmu Nano if he's feeling like frying. See, Innovation was trying to lock down Jinmu. They both leave. There's the Nano onto Gaga. He's going after the supports. He's actually just a sniper boy. And forces out the Transcendence from Molly. Perfect patience. Now, how does Valiant use this resource? It's the Graviton catching 2 of the Hunters. Gaga is hacked and unable to use the Primal. Probably didn't want to anyway. As card control back to the Valiant, and Hunters never took that lead back, by the way.
The focus fire on Leaf there was so important. I mean, killing him before Nisha's sound barrier came out was imperative. And that was because Innovation could do 40% more damage to the hacked targets as well. So they just evaporated Leaf. There was no overclock for that most important battle. Innovation continues to demand this. And look at that. Leaf has to use the leap. So now, or rather Gaga has to use the leap. So now his engagement is going to be weaker for a couple of seconds.
Only a 6 meter advantage for the Valiant. They got some push, and now they're just going to try and play defensively. The top of this tunnel is such a great spot, a great position for Eichenwalde to not only have cover, but also have just angles above the shields of Gaga. Here's the sound barrier engage. Sashin gonna get especially aggressive. Eichenwalde overclocking. Jinmu safe in the shield, only from now whiffs the pulse bomb on Eichenwalde, who slides past him as Sashin destroys the front line. But Gaga is playing so well for his back line and actually just dove past, killed Langsa and Molly. So throughout this engage, I felt like Eichenwalde and Sashin had 2 different jobs and accomplished neither, and Hunters take the fight.
Yeah, if Gaga can find the timing here of Langsa's amp it up, Langsa and Molly are super vulnerable to getting dove by this Winston. Sure, Molly can try and kick him away, but that means you have to move into a very dangerous place. Eichenwalde takes out Nisha early, and maybe Monk can seal this with a nano boost.
Oh, Jinwoo's on the flank, and he's going after Molly, I believe, and he doesn't have Transcendence and leave. He pushes from the front. It's a pinch maneuver from the Hunters, who are so desperate to get that 6 extra meters to take back the lead. 3 minutes left, and a few more rounds of ults will happen. Sasha needs to play safe. 90 energy plus. He is a force to be reckoned with on the front line, and has to demand the attention of the Hunters, who have since left, even though Jinwoo is appearing in the back line. We're looking to see how Gaga is going to maneuver around this, and there is the dive from the Hunters, who have already dismantled Sasha and reset his energy, and no grab even came out.
Sasha was caught in a poor position there, crunched around the bus, meant that it was easy for Monk to move around the back and hit a Bartic Grenade, get rid of all that healing. And Innovation's actually sort of functioning as a third pseudo-healer at the moment by hacking these health packs. The thing is though, Sashin does not have the mobility to get to the health packs quickly, and so needs to demand huge resources from Molly and Langsa, and that means Innovation can't deal with Jinmu effectively.
Oh, is Molly going to be forced to use Transcendence here? Yes, he does. Great pressure from Jinmu. Pulse Bomb doesn't stick, hoping to burst through that healing. And then Sashin, well, when Jinmu isn't able to kill and he has the Transcendence, Sashin gets to just laser everyone from front to back. And Hunters head for the hills. They do not want to be staggered at this moment. Only a 2-meter lead for the Valiant with 2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes remaining. It's anybody's game still. Those 2 meters could prove incredibly fateful. No ults on the board just yet, but Eichenwalde is getting remarkably close to that overclock. And it's incredibly dangerous as well for the side of Chengdu Hunters, who are all incredibly vulnerable, including Gaga. So easy to headshot on that Winston and do huge amounts of damage to. And Gaga's been bullied out thus far. Innovation's been doing huge amounts of damage to him.
I wonder if Jinmu has the potential to go onto a flank in Mega, where Lenksa and Molly are hanging out at, and that pinch maneuver is what's been really successful for the Hunters, and there he is. He manages to lock down Innovation, I guess, without the translocate, and that 5v4 just unleashes his fight. The sound barrier too from Nisha. They want to keep up this tempo. They go after Molly, and they execute. And this is a great fight for Hunters to take, because this will get them the lead with 1 minute left, and if they win this next fight, this will be really tough for Valiant to come back.
Yeah, Valiant losing out in the poke war quite often here because they just don't have the healing to try and sustain themselves through it, and that meant that they lost control of Timmy pushing the barricade for so long. Now Monk is in a safe position, ready to deploy this nano at will, likely onto Gaga to try and save him from this early aggression.
Sound barrier first from Lenksa, but it wasn't able to save Molly. Now this overclock from Eichenwalde has to go big. He has the bubbles from Sashin, but he's just overwhelmed by Leave and Gaga, including the Leave overclock, allowing him to take multiple 100 energy shots into him, eventually winning the Soldier in 1v1. This propels Hunters in this fight to keep this boat sailing 89 meters and growing with 20 seconds left.
Gaga still with Primal Rage. He can take risks if he wishes to. A big stick goodbye, Eichenwalde, and that could be Valiant put to bed, Lemon.
Yeah, a couple of seconds left for Valiant to touch. This will be last fight. If they give it up, that's the first map for the Hunters. After really it was the Valiant that started off with a 60-meter push. And look how the Hunters have grown up. You got a 4v4. It's up to the Valiant to stay on the cart. It's overtime into effect. Eichenwalde is there on his own, but at least he has Molly's Transcendence. Innovation's EMP comes out and hits all the remaining members of the Hunters, and they fall one by one. Monk and Nisha trying to get out and not get staggered, but Innovation is on the hunt. A great boot by Nisha, but you're just delaying the inevitable. Monk manages to get out. No Eichenwalde's on the flank, and these staggers could be really critical for the Valiant to get an edge.
Innovation falling to that Disruptor field is going to be an issue. A 4 versus 4 here if Chengdu Hunters wish to engage in it. And remember, Gaga has the Primal Rage here, and it's overtime. So Timmy needs to stay attended to by the LA Valiant. If you can knock people off of this bot, that's a win. You don't necessarily need to kill them all. And all out of resources right now of the LA Valiant. It's got to be the vanilla mechanics.
This is possible for the Valiant, but it's not looking good when you don't have any ultimates. Monk has a nano, but Gaga dies!
What?
Wasn't able to use the Primal in time! Too much burst from the Sojourn player of Eichenwalde! Now what do the Hunters do without Gaga? Leaf is hacked, taking extra damage from Innovation, playing safe. Innovation is going to try and stealth behind them, see if he can get any pressure on the Monk and Nisha. They know he has nano, and look how passive Hunters are playing. They have high ground, they just need to go for pokes. Now Gaga has returned, and the nano actually is given to Leave, who just presents himself on the barricade. Sashin is antied. There's no takes remaining for the Valiant, and Molly's gone too. Eichenwalde has to go absolutely feral with the overclock as bested Leave, but no other picks are coming out from the Valiant, and they were only 20 meters short. Overtime goes away, and the Chengdu Hunters will take map number 1.
In the end, Lemon, that was all she wrote. When Sarsen had used both the bubbles on the cart, there was not enough healing to sustain him. Sure, in the middle of those brawls, when you could just duck in and out of battles and pick up hacked health packs, you had a little bit more sustainability as a Xayah. But when you're forced to stay on the robot, when you have to remain there on overtime and take the damage, as in Yata and a Lucio, is simply not enough. Chengdu Hunters turned it around at the last moment, and Gaga's primals have been something else. As few and far between as they have been thus far, they've both done incredible damage.
Yeah, well, if he's able to stay alive against the burst of the Sojourner, but we've only seen that not work out a few times. But good heads-up play from Monk to also nano leave at the very end, who I feel like has been getting the edge on the Sojourner duels against Easy Han. But Chengdu Hunters take map 1, and will this be the case after this break? We'll find out.
They took him. Let's fix that. Escorting the robot. Move.
Hey, gamers, been a wild ride already in map 1. Valiant were up like, what, 50, 60 meters? And it's gone. And the Hunters took the map at the very end. Pretty back and forth, but a great momentum push at the very end. But it's a different map now. It's a different map, and we got different tanks coming in.
Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of focus onto Gaga during that previous map, so it was just like, okay, take a rest, Gaga. Chengdu Hunters have subbed him out. brought in Daisy instead, who's probably going to be playing for Sigma, because Daisy only really gets subbed into play Sigma. He's a pretty mean Zarya as well, but we're not really living in the Zarya world right now, unless you happen to be a team who's doing some funky things and trying to get a little bit weird with it. Elsewhere, other substitutions we have coming in right now, Marvel going to be rejoining the Los Angeles Valiant. We're expecting a lot more Marvel today, I think a little bit less of Sarshin, and Dia joining as well, which means the double hit scan is likely on the horizon here. We're going to be heading over to Circuit Royale, so I'd expect to see the double hit scan here, maybe even double sniper if Dia wants to pick up the Hanzo instead. EasyHan remains in, and EasyHan's been seeing a lot more usage during the mid-season madness compared to Kickoff Clash, where it was mostly Dia and Innovation.
Yeah, they've kind of figured out that EasyHan is their more preferred Sojourn. The interesting interchange that's happening is between Innovation and Dia, where both of them overlap on their Tracer and when it comes to their hero pool, but Innovation provides them a Tracer Sombra type of hero pool, so more flanker heavy, while as Dia prefers more of the ranged hit scans like Tracer and Ashe. See, we're going to Circuit, so imagining some Widow duels and some Sigma coming out. Marvel and Daisy. Now, Marvel was more known for his Doomfist when it came to at least this stage when he was on the Boston Upres. You know, they did have 3 tanks, so he got relegated to learning only one of them. So sometimes you got to learn how to walk before you run. But I'm liking to see more of Marvel in that starting position and what he can really bring to a team when he doesn't have to share that time with 2 other tanks.
Yeah, Marvel being one of 3 tanks was a very weird setup on the on the Boston Uprising. I think that they may have overplayed their hand when it comes to generating their roster, and now that they have a more condensed one, things seem to be going a little bit better for them. For the LA Valiant here, I would be kind of worried going up against the Chengdu Hunters if Jinmu decides on the attack to start running a Genji alongside maybe Nisha playing the Brig. I think they could very easily overwhelm Marvel when Los Angeles Valiant set up here mostly to play double hit scan and be very heavy when it comes to the poke. Lengsa gives me hope though. Playing the Brigitte here is going to mean that Marvel has a little bit more force behind himself when it comes to trying to play against Daisy and force him out of positions.
It's also not too bad having a cardboard box for a shield. You know, if you want to rotate from one side of the street to the other and you don't want to get your head blown off, it's kind of nice to have that shield. It's gone. You know what? It's great if
Lemon,
you use it.
You were saying.
It's great if you use it, but hey, I mean, Leave hit those shots. I don't know what to say.
Just trying to be eco-friendly, man. Can't be using the power of that shield when it's not necessary, you know? Keep those energy bills low. It's bloody expensive these days. EasyHan, just taking these quick peeks here, looking for pings here and there to keep their teammate informed of where Leave and Jinbu in particular are.
Ooh, that's charged up boys, Jan. Yeah, you're doing that off the Sigma shield, looking pretty nice, and he gets to swoop into the right side and pick people off and look just on top of Jinmu like that. He's got the Brig right behind him with Inspires, so there's a ton of healing from Valiant when they're in this brawl phase, while as with the Zen Bap from Hunters, they prefer more of the ranged duel. They like to be as socially distanced as possible, but this has been quite a trek for the Valiant as they have just captured A.
Yeah, you said that they prefer to be distant, and that's exactly why the swaps are being made here. This is what I wanted from the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu on the Genji. He's first in hero damage on Genji. He's bloody good at this. A really good brawler, and Nisha moving over on to the Brig now. This means that Daisy is going to be a lot more difficult to run over, and Marvel might have to stop in his tracks when looking for these duels.
Oh, the double hit scan, though, from Valiant. That's going to be scary. Hunters have to be smart with their rotations, trading up the shields with Daisy and Nisha. As Dia is pretty far away and wants to make sure of that, and just mainly understanding the space between him and Jinmu and not being dashable. Getting quick packs, too, is important with lengths. Jinmu presents himself on the right, has used Deflect and Dash, and didn't get the reset until the very end. Trades it 1-to-1, which isn't awful, but Valiant are missing 2, and mainly lengths. That's a bulk of the heals gone, and Marvel's just going to suffer because of that. So Hunters still hold the high ground, and this is a great spot for Leave.
Yeah, you're happy with this trade as well. Means that Los Angeles Valiant have lost one of their main tools for momentum in the form of that overclock, and it's given Monk time to generate a Transcendence, which is going to be so important for dealing with Marvel's Flux here. One of the things that needs to be thought about, though, is how you're going to stop Dia from headshotting everyone when they're in the Gravitic Flux and instantly killing them before the Trance can heal them. So if you're Marvel here, you're looking for squishies to put up in the air.
Valiant just have to hug that right side too, because that's what's scary is like you're pointing out that Leaf is just going to shoot everyone, so they got to stay out of line of sight as much as they can. There's the grab flux, but this time from the attack of Marvel, and it forces out the Transcendence of Monk. Now the response from Daisy, Molly with the same thing, Transcendence up, Jinmu dashes through, didn't get an elimination, is caught in the red zone, and just with his pairs out, of course he's going to die. There's no DPS left for Hunters, but Valiant don't have Lexa, very limited heals, and they need those resources if they hope to bulldoze their way to walk uphill quite morally and physically against the Hunters. But as soon as Easy Hunt distances himself, he gets some great picks, maybe gets too confident, swooping on in front of Monk like that, but Valiant could go for a point B push here.
Daisy played things a touch early there. Forcing out the trance from Molly was so important, but a lot of the healing was done while people were still in the air and vulnerable. Leaf's been isolated now. Chengdu, if they contest, it's 4 versus, well, 4 for a little bit, Lemon, until Easy Hunt returns.
Marvel is just in deep. He's smelling Christmas presents. Like, yeah, it looks cool killing Leaf, but how are you going to get back from that adventure, huh? There is no rewind button. So the blade from Jinmu solely used to make sure Marvel couldn't rotate back and just had enough burst to not get packed up by Langsa too. So Valiant without Marvel are just left unprotected from all the damage that could be coming from Leaf, especially the headshots. As Jinmu has already seen Langsa and the supports on the left, Marvel has returned, and I don't think Hunters knew that. Marvel snuck up, and here's the Valiant push, a 5v4. You got the grab flux from Marvel, catches most of the Hunters, but Monk is fragging out. The amount of picks this Zen has gotten is insane, but it's not enough to save the defense, and Valiant eventually cap.
A game of percentages, Lemon. When that Gravitic Flux came out, Monk was at 98%, and while he may have been fragging out, was a couple of orbs shy from being able to save the team from the onslaught of the Valiant, who continue to roll on forward. Now, 3 minutes is quite an egregious time bank, to be honest. When it comes to third point of Circuit Row, usually that first point drains quite a bit more than it did on the Chengdu Hunters defense. And now Chengdu, they've got to decide what kind of location they want to leverage to make this battle work. It looks like they're going to get very aggressive here and try and force out Marvel early into the crosshairs of Leaf, who's playing the crossfire from Pool.
It's really important for Valiant to get control of this high ground, just to have better line of sight onto the pool window, which is a power position for the defense, and just forcing them out of that and being able to rotate on coast, so important for the attacking team. So it's a bit of a stalemate between both Sigmas, but Valiant had control of the cart. Jinmu had to be there to contest. Transcendence from Hunters to allow them to safely rotate back to the front of the cart, but Valiant matched that and used it a bit later. There's still a leftover rally. Langsa and Nisha are going to match that. Marvel's been stunned up, and it's up to Daisy and Marvel to truly end this fight the old-fashioned way with a grab flux. Now that no support ultimates are available from either side, and Jinmu might miss that support with his blade 30% away. Marvel pulls the trigger first, catches Nisha around the corner, mostly safe. It chunksters some of the armor, and Daisy gets his grab flux canceled. A huge play from Marvel, but he's gonna pay the ultimate price with his life. And Lexa doesn't have a shield. He's caught out in the open. A good flail and inspire buys time, but at this point, Valiant are just staggering. And with a minute 35 left, every second counts.
And when it comes to the timing here, Lemon, the more time you spend in combat with Chengdu Hunters, the worse it is, because Jinmu is just out-damaging Easy Hunt so thoroughly. Double pulse bomb here means that Easy Hunt's just like, okay, I'm going to pressure the car. Has to be very careful about Leaf's respawn, but Leaf's actually moved over onto Sojourn here instead. So no instant pick potential.
Uh-oh. This is bad. Nisha's dead! How did Easy Hunt just turn this entire fight around the double pulse bomb into killing Nisha? How are Hunters gonna get this back? Well, at least you shut down the blade. It's a 1-to-1 trade, and Marvel's dead too. Valiant are probably gonna have to take flanks because they just can't afford to take any poke without Marvel present. Lynx is gone too. There's just barely any healing and no shielding for the Valiant. This could have been an incredible push to the end, and I mean almost a C9, but Hunters have been able to stabilize, and they've warded away the Valiant.
Yeah, that should have been potentially the full completion right there, forcing Nisha to come on down and defend that cart and go into a vulnerable position. You had 3 frags on the Chengdu defense, but the return of Leave and Jinmu was just so well timed to manage to find these holes in the LA Valiant, and even Dia getting a freebie pick from the back. Molly's down as well. This is falling apart for the Valiant, who had so long, 3 minutes to attack point C, Lemon.
Just wondering how Molly is even getting picked. Maybe he was sitting on the high ground and Marvel's on the low, so the shield not covering the backline too much, but Valiant are just poking away with the Hanzo. They'll have a bit more shield break and especially access to the high ground of Pool, but just couldn't hit the shots against Leave, and the burst of the Sojourn's too much. It's a number advantage for the Hunters, and the rally kicks things off. Marvel is getting bullied and shoved into a locker, getting almost his lunch money stolen until Molly uses the Transcendence to bring him back to full, and you need him alive. Marvel has the grab flux. All of the Hunters are there. 3 are lifted up, and 3 are slammed down, but it's the Hunters that are still fragging out. Monk is like the 3rd DPS of this defense, and the Valiant are removed from the car and will not be able to complete the map.
Feats of Fury, Lemon. Monk gets 2 melee kills in the midst of all of that, and Daisy also has a flash of brilliance, gets stuck by the Tracer, and decides that it's a do-or-die moment, actually uses the Griddick Flux to fly the Pulse Bomb away from the rest of the team, because Chengdu Hunters were so tightly packed up there. Here's Eichenwalde getting themselves for a double. This is when Jinmu came to try and have a defuse. I'm coming, Leave! And we're leaving together, baby.
It's like, oh, shiny, what's that?
Give me a look at that.
No. Oh, that was a cool pulse bomb. Just like, yeah, an unlucky dash at the end of that. That Eichenwalde pulse almost got them the cap. And I'm surprised that they didn't, because they killed Nisha. They have a 5-on-4. They have Hunter's backs against the wall. And then it's gone. So they even traded 1-to-1, I think, with Jinmu's Blade, which I think ended up removing Lengsa, and Valiant not having, just Marvel is just getting focused down too much too, which just means the poke of Hunters is so lethal without a shield standing in their way. So Hunters were able to turn around some fights that looked real sketchy.
So let's have a quick look at how these comps are going to stack up. This is with the assumption that Chengdu Hunters stick to what they're currently showing. And this means that Eichenwalde and Dia, they are on a strict time limit, Lemon, to get this opening pick. Because when Jinmu, Nisha, and Daisy reach Marvel, they will overwhelm him. The frontline damage with Jinmu just being able to spam away those shurikens into a large target is simply too much, which means Dia and Eichenwalde, they are essentially trading Marvel's life and resources, his survival, for time to find these picks.
Jinmu just climbed over the building and is just on the flank. He's gonna dash to safety, and the Valiant don't know what to do after they've lost Molly. There is so much confusion of looking at, wait, there's a Genji behind us, wait, there's people at the front, what are we supposed to do with the Valiant? They just fall like dominoes. What a player from Jinmu, and completely illegal. Of course, you don't have to use a Maywall and Sim to do that. You can just use your hands.
Wow, a legal maneuver. Signed off by the Lemon Kiwi legal team.
Sure.
It's safe, boys. It's safe. Los Angeles Valiant forced to back off around this corner. They're going to want to try and take this zone again, but Eichenwalde being picked off early by Leave is very bad news.
Well, at least you have the Brig and Liam is picked off too, and he's just on the low ground. Now he's going to take a power position on the stairs, and Valiant are just not going to bother to even contest, unless Marvel wants to just Leroy Jenkins from the high ground. I just don't think that's going to be the case, so Hunters get a free cap, and Valiant are going to hold the better position of the high ground, and Leaf said, well, I'll meet you halfway, Anakin.
What was that aim? That was a wild flick from Leave. Sent him to the hospital. His wrist is now powder. Jinmu, once again, just choking away all of this space. And remember, Los Angeles Valiant, they don't have a heal in the back of that garage anymore, so they can only back off so far, and then they have to try and make some dangerous rotations across open ground where Leave can start to snipe them. Speaking of which...
Well, Leave has arrived for the Hunters, back-to-back first bloods, and Hunter, it just doesn't stop! It just, hi Mom, hi YouTube, hi Reddit, it's Leave here! Just everyone get into the backpack for the Hunters. Now the grab flux just to finish this off quickly before reinforcements come back. Daisy gets in the kill feed too, and Hunters are winning fight after fight, and Valiant, I don't think they can recontest.
That feel when Leave hears you saying former MVP. No, mate. Current MVP. So many beautiful shots already hit right here. Of course, waiting on this infrasight for a while until either Dia forces it out with a defensive infrasight or Leave can find a position where they really want Los Angeles Valiant to back away just a touch. Now moving into third, 5.5 minutes. Lemon, surely this is infumbleable by the Chengdu Hunters.
Oh, we gotta look up a dictionary for that. Fumbleable. Uber's gonna rip our heads off when he wakes up in the morning. Well, the Hunters, I mean, they have the ults. You could just rally Blade here, or you want to try and bait out Molly's Transcendence first. Depends how you're feeling. 5 ults from the Valiant. Who's gonna pull the trigger first? Expecting Marvel with the grab flux. It's usually what's in store. Infrasight, both teams especially know who's on the pool power position there for the Valiant, who on the Hunters are rotating on the coast side. This is very important information for the Infrasight. Now, the Blade has started from Jinmu with the rally from the other side of Langsa, and Jinmu gets rocked and he gets sought. He gets 0 value from the Blade. Easyhan falls, but you have a number advantage for the Valiant. You are just kicking and screaming and about to toss Dicey off the cliff, and that's not the drink he wants to take. So 4:20 left for Chengdu Hunters.
Langsa, though, so much value off that rally. I think that Chengdu Hunters tried to be a little bit too economical for their own good there, Lemon. A Transcendence or a rally just to keep Jinmu alive during that Blade. Because Chengdu Hunters, they played that. They forced out the whip shot from Langsa that would have been a massive impediment to doing serious damage with that Blade. And then Jinmu comes in from the back. It was so well set up, but they tried to overplay their economic hand and so were under-resourced for the fight at the pool. Now they need to siege into this zone without a Blade, and that's going to be much more difficult.
Well, now you see Valiant are just counter-rotating away from the upcoming push, keeping an eye on also how they're crossing that pool window. Grab flux there from the defense. Dia finds the snipes within it. Transcendence of Monk, not going to heal through all of that burst, and Marvel's getting kicked in, but Molly has his back. The Transcendence heals back up the Valiant, and they finally bully back the Hunters, who have lost Monk. Dicey's half HP. Nisha has to do all the healing on his own. Jinmu has a Discord orb on him and has to play safer, and Hunters are doing everything they can to rotate right side, but because they're not running a Tracer, there's just no card presence. It's up to winning the fight, and Dicey kicks off things well, but without Jinmu, you're just relying on Leaf picks, and that can be really tough.
Yeah, Leaf doesn't have the most reliable damage right now, and down to 1 HP as well. You don't want to take any egregious peaks. Dia finds a good engagement range, but Easyhan elsewhere, picked up by Nisha. Already 2 minutes of a time bank for Chengdu Hunters has faded away, and you can see that there's a concerted effort here from the Los Angeles Valiant to try and take back this high ground, but soon they're going to have to remove themselves. They're going to have to just spill down onto the cart instead as it gets closer and closer.
Jinmu realizes, like, he just can't play front to back against Marvel. He's getting rocked every single time. He's barely getting Blade value, as you're not expecting the 5k, you know, without the Nano. This is an Overwatch 1. So Jinmu's actually pushing the cart and has got it to almost the very end, leaving Hunters within 1 fight territory to win the map and go to series point. Jinmu's Blade, he's right in front of Marvel, has to dodge the accretion. He sidesteps it around the pillar, goes right after Langsa, finishes him off. And there's no Molly Transcendence. And I mean, I don't even see Molly in this at all, but Jinmu has located the target, but Easyhan finally has a presence on this map, has killed 2. Nisha's still up, but without Dicey, there is no one to heal. What a turnaround for Easyhan and the Valiant.
Easyhan, what a double that was found, and still has Pulseman in the back pocket as well. Sure, Marvel may have overcommitted a touch there, using the Gravitic Flux, knowing that there was such an advantage when it came to the spawns for Los Angeles Valiant compared to the Chengdu Hunters. But I said at the beginning of this, Lemon, 5.5 minutes for third, surely it's infumbleable. Chengdu Hunters might just have done that. 2 blades now with admittedly very little value. Jinmu had some excellent movement to kill Langsa, but that means that Langsa didn't feel the pressure to pop the rally in the previous round because he was dead. And now they can use that to rebuff aggression up at the pool.
Valiant are just playing at the back of their spawn. Hunters don't really want to push the card if the Valiant are going to be on the high ground, but someone is there from the Hunters. The box of victory in sight. It's probably Jinmu pushing it as, oh, it's actually Leaf who's traded that off with Jinmu. Jinmu wants to be involved in the fight, has already dove Dia. Now Molly holding on to the Transcendence. Lynx has already used Rally. Now the Transcendence second. A ton of resources for the Valiant, including respawn advantage. Hunters have to live. The Grapplix plus the Transcendence of Monk. Surely that's enough for the Hunters to outpressure the Valiant. Dia heads for the spawn room doors. He dodges the accretion. Molly's on his own, and Jinwoo's on his back. And Molly finds himself on his back as the Valiant hope to just touch one last time, but it's too little and it's too late. The Hunters have taken Circuit Royale and go to Series Point.
Despite a valiant attempt from Los Angeles on the defense there, draining away a 5-minute time bank. Poor Molly, I think, just broke a second too early when it came to the Transcendence Lemon, and then towards the end of the Transcendence, threw himself off the high ground towards the card to support whatever duel was happening down there, and that meant it was easy street for Daisy to get value from the Flux. Marvel was put up in the air, bought low, and slammed down into the ground without a single healer to sustain him, and with the main tank gone, the rest of Los Angeles Valiant could be picked apart piecemeal by the Chengdu Hunters. Great forward planning, and we've seen some excellent ideas from the Chengdu Hunters here, which have been occasionally stymied by Dia, Easyhan, Marvel having heroics, and I think that Easyhan's definitely proving himself to be a very dangerous DPS. Alas, the scoreline don't lie, and Chengdu are 2-0 up.
Well, Easyhan also is either dead first or kills two. It's just you're getting all or you're getting nothing with Easyhan, and he turns these fights once in a while, but it also, I think that final fight came down to support ultimate usage where Hunters had the Transcendence last, and they also had the Grab Flux uncontested without any support ultimates from the Valiant. So a battle of resources and a battle of two teams gunning for the mid-season madness. Chengdu Hunters ahead in the series 2-0, and after this break, we'll see if Valiant have any bark left. The LA Valiant are one map away from their first loss in the Midseason Madness qualifiers against the Chengdu Hunters of all people, but this has been quite fun. I think I especially enjoyed Leave on Widow on Circuit. He just put on a show. What can we say? Why are we here?
For what's least hyped, Leave Circuit enjoyer right there. Like, it was such a performance from Leave. And Lemon, while this has been fun as well, this also means so much for the future of this particular matchup. These teams are 5th and 6th in APAC, and that's important because only our top 4 teams in APAC go to our international tournaments like the Kickoff Clash or the Midseason Madness that's coming up, and the winner of this match is going to be in a position to take away that 4th seed from either Philly or Shanghai, depending on who wins the next match. So both of these last matches today are incredibly important for not only potentially getting into the Kickoff Clash, but potentially, or rather the Midseason Madness, but losing your spot there as well, maybe. And this could be potentially Valiant losing their chance to go to the Midseason Madness, even though their performance has had a significant uptick from the start of the season.
Well, look how the turns have tabled. When you think about the Kickoff Clash qualifiers, it was LA Valiant who was their only win in those qualifiers was against Chengdu 3-1. And look at the scoreline now. Look how everyone has glowed up in the new meta. No more Soldier.
That was Valiant's first win in like
Reaper.
over a year as well.
I know. No one was too high on Valiant, but when it comes to the Midseason Madness, they were undefeated. Now I don't know about this because it's not like they're gonna keep this streak. But we are going to King's Row, which it doesn't bode well for Sashin, who's really only playing Sigma and Zarya, and kind of gets run over by rush comps. And a lot of teams have specifically brought out Reinhardt for Sashin because it just outbrowse them. But Hunters don't really run that. They're gonna stick to what they're good at.
Jinmu picking up a Tracer here is interesting. A little bit less of a direct damage from the Genji and a little bit more ability to pinch towards the back. Of course, the Tracer does have a really good matchup against the Zarya compared to the Genji, who can't deflect the beam, obviously, and so can be very easily dispatched of by a high-energy Zarya. And the Pulse Pistols have a really good spread to try and deal with the larger hitbox and lack of armor that Zarya has. However, on the other side, the Zarya interacting with the Tracer, very easy to bubble those pulse bombs and really remove some of the value that Tracer has with that fast-charging, high-damage ultimate. Los Angeles Valiant will roll out here with Becky back in. It's been a while since we've seen Becky, Lemon, but last time we saw him was pretty impressive on both the Genji and the Echo.
Yeah, I don't think we've even seen Becky much at all in these mid-season. I'm kind of scrolling through my notes. I think this might be his first map.
Just Kickoff Clash.
Yeah, so this is a cool look. Going towards that Echo, having some bursts and really good at finding isolated targets and punishing them. But because Leaf got got healing from Nisha, the burst heals. I was expecting a Brig pack, but it was Nisha. Leaf lived longer than he should have. Either way, Valiant, their support's heading to the hotel. There's a counter dive from Gaga. They seem pretty fine with that. Valiant trying to counter, rotate away. Hunters found behind, and the Hunter support's found with no friends. Monk and Nisha are dead. So the Valiant will be capping the point off of this.
Chengdu Hunters unable to really make too much purchase off the what should be a big onus and a big differential in engagement power when you have the Winston versus a Zarya. Like, Becky is the diver right now for Los Angeles Valiant and is essentially diving alone with a Zarya bubble, and then Sarsen's following up afterwards. Jinmu and Gaga simply couldn't find a target together, and Dia staggering Leave here is so much trouble. If Anna gets pinged, oh, this is such a huge investment.
Oh, Nisha is allowed to rotate into Mega Room because of that. A great bubble by Gaga. That could have been detrimental if Nisha would have been staggered at that moment. Now, Sashin really wants someone to brawl. Got the bubble, want to build up the energy. Missing that 100 number like they were on New Queen Street. Gaga setting themselves up on the high ground to drop down on maybe someone like Dia. Doesn't have a ton of mobility on the Hanzo. You only have a jump back, so Jinmu and Gaga could go after him. The pulse bomb barely misses Dia, but the flank from Jinmu in that back alley was what truly finished off these Valiant members. And just with limited mobility, as soon as you use either flight or the Hanzo jump, Hunters are all over you like butter on toast.
finally, we've seen a really well-directed crunch there from a Chengdu Hunters, with Jinmu zoning LA Valiant either with the stick or with the missed bomb into that narrow alleyway where Leave was wrapping around the back. Chengdu Hunters moved together there and managed to take advantage of Los Angeles Valiant during a disengage that had no speed behind it, so there was no escape from the crossfire that was generated. However, still, this is not an easy round now for the Chengdu Hunters. We have to deal with a armory of ultimates from the Los Angeles Valiant, who have almost a grav ready to go and a dragon to combine with it. What is this?
Well, there is Becky duplicating a Zenyatta. Gets a Transcendence, though. Gaga could beat him down fast enough, but Gaga's still behind them, and this is clearly still a problem for Valiant. They're going to force their way through the front. Becky is now back to the Echo form, and Valiant have the rally, but it's still not enough to keep Molly up. I mean, Becky's just not doing a ton of damage, and Dia has the Dragon Strike, but decides not to use it. Silver lining is you got 2 or 3 ults out of Hunters, and Valiant can hope they can take the next fight.
And you got the critical ult as well, and the Transcendence. That's exactly what Valiant wanted. Just a big dive, get out the Trans, and then in the next fight, you can force out a kill with the Grav Dragon. The only way this really gets healed through is if you do not concentrate your fire on whoever's trapped within the Grav itself. Molly falling early, of course, is really unfortunate, and Jinmu. If you could try and interrupt the cast of Dia's Dragon, that would be huge, because that's your only real mitigation you have right now.
There's just so much flanking happening. Jinmu is currently slept. Is this something that Dia or... Yep, there is the execution. So that's a window of opportunity for the Valiant. Now you have Graviton Surge, you have Dragon Strike. Who are we gonna... We're trying to get as many people as possible, but it's like Sashin is waiting for Overwatch 3 at this point. Has had it since last fight, but wants to get as many members as possible if you're gonna invest 2 ultimates, especially even the Dragon Strike, to go for a full team wipe, because you need that. But Gaga is looming above them, ready to drop onto someone like Lenksa and Molly. Sashin is taking the space. Notice his Hunters on the left side, and there's Dia with the range and the picks and finds even a second one. They might not even need the ultimates, but they're still gonna invest the Graviton Dragon Strike, and Dia with almost the ace, and Monk heads for the hills.
Chengdu had a good start there, playing very spread to try and avoid Grav Dragon, having some good spacing to make sure Sasa could find them together. But the second they tried to huddle up for warmth and protection against the roving pack of LA Valiant is when Sarsin could finally bring out the ultimate that they wanted. Now Chengdu, they've made significant changes here, Lemon, which means that a reset on a bunch of ultimates. Leave had to move over to the Sojourn, Jinmu onto the Hanzo now, and Gargar's going to be the only ultimate available with that Primal Rage to buy some time or make a very aggressive dive.
Ooh. Hunters are so close to losing some people. Really quick and good heals from Nisha. There's the Gaga Primal Rage, but he's beating down people who have bubbles, so the Sashin is buying time, and I'm sure he's got a ton of energy. But with Dia and Becky gone, he also has no damage. So Valiant cannot afford any more staggers here. Gaga heads back with 200 HP, keeping himself safe. And Valiant fired back. Leave got a little too aggro jumping in like that, and here is the fire back from the Valiant. Becky's been nanoed, Sashin has slept, and Becky will try and do all the work for him, but he needs the pocket of Molly to keep the aggression. Gaga's healed back up. Monk is behind him. There's the counter engage from Hunters, the nano onto Gaga. Becky duplicates and hopes to do the counter dive himself. And now it's just left with a stalemate. Gaga keeps going in deeper, but he was antied, and the bombs from Becky are just so overwhelming for Gaga. Now this Transcendence is just so the Hunters, I guess, don't lose anyone else, but maybe you needed that to recontest. Hopefully Gaga gets back quick. Sashin is close to grab, and that could be the nail in the coffin. Becky has already picked off one. It doesn't bode well for the defense. Valiant in a 5 versus 4. They've lost Lenksa, but they still have a ton of heals with Molly still up. Leaf has killed 2, and he's going buck wild. Sashin redirects his focus, but it's too late. Leave us save the fight.
All right. 2021 MVP moments hitting once again. Los Angeles Valiant. Unfortunately, Sashin, I hate to say it, but you kind of threw that. You guys forced out the trance from Monk super early, then there's nothing to deal with the Grav Dragon. The same technique that got you B, and you send out the Grav while Dia does not have Dragon. Becky, an ill-considered peek but Jinmu puts down, and now Los Angeles Valiant, things get so much more tough, Lemon, because they have to try and attack into the super heavy poke of Chengdu. You're up against an Ana, a Zen, and a Dragon Strike straight away.
Jinmu just threw the Dragon Strike into the right hallway where Valiant were trying to push from. This catches Dia. There's no escaping that. Even though Dia got a nice pick before, this is just Hunters finding the window of opportunity off of a great awareness and great play from Jinmu. And now you invest the Primal and you get more stagger kills. This is shaving so much time off the Valiant bank.
Yeah, the rotations of Valiant now, they are going to be so heavily contested by the long-range damage that's been proffered here. Chengdu can also play from the high grounds to begin with as well, forcing Becky to use cooldowns to run from behind, and it's Leave on the flank with the overclock here. Might be checked by the Hanzo, but has a good idea of where that hero is and could easily try and headshot them.
The overclock, it's all about patience. Take the shots you know you can take. Gaga going after Dia, only has one jump, but Dia gets to the high ground and Gaga can't access him. Valiant, is anyone on the cart? It's Sashin there keeping the overtime wick burning, but it's the Hunter's flank that is so overwhelming. The Valiant are just rushing to the objective and they're not looking back. And how can you? It's just destruction and fire behind you as Hunters will hold Valiant at bay and stop them from capping C.
Chengdu Hunters finally make this aggressive push forward, but they talk about it first. It's part of the game plan, Lemon, and that means that the supports are in a position to push forward all of this healing from relative safety, like from the Mega Pack room. We saw that Chengdu almost fumbled this map when they overchased towards the end of C and lost out on both their DPS. Dia has had some impressive plays thus far, yes, but it feels like overall LA Valiant, their plans were just taken down by a lack of forward planning within the midst of all of these battles. They should have been able to take advantage of the fact that Monk overplayed his hand with the Transcendence and then used a Grab Dragon, but unfortunately Sashin could not make that happen, and so Los Angeles Valiant could not finish the map.
It's been a bit tough for Becky, too, on the Echo. I mean, I don't envy him. Having to play against a Jinmu Hanzo and a Leave Sojourn. How can you take flight? It's up to Molly to just keep that permanently pocketed. And you see when Becky goes for these kind of risky flights up in the air to just try and get a pick, get shot at. And if you don't get that trade, then you're, like you pointed out, it ain't great, Valiant having to play 4v5 like that. So Becky is brought in for this Echo reason, and also that Valiant got a bit pounded by the dive. Dia only has the one jump on the Hanzo and has now since gone to the Ash to see if the coach gun will be any better.
So the questions here we have about the Chengdu Hunters composition is the kind of pace they want to play with. Is Gaga going to be playing an aggressive dive here, or is it more of a catch poke and wait for the nano and allow Nisha to be the main playmaker for the squad? Because of course Leave using the slide can essentially act as a dive hero by getting up to these high grounds.
Gotta be careful with how you dive with that though, and at least he's charging up off the Zarya shield of Sashin, but as the later this fight goes, the more energy Sashin has, and Hunters realize that, and Jinmu gets to slice and dice through all these low HP targets. So well set up by Gaga's dive, and the pressure at range from Leave, so what a flawless fight from Hunters.
Somehow LA Valiant ended up going for a brawl on the point. I think they may have overreacted to pressure on the point early from both Jinmu and Gaga. Becky found in the back, and of course this means now that Becky's going to get terrible spawns, Lemon. And that, in turn, means that LA Valiant can't contest this early because they're simply missing a huge amount of their damage. Gaga wants to take advantage of that. No focusing beam, you say? You don't mind if I move forward, do you?
Oh, Valiant are just stuck in this left side, and Leave has 100 energy. He's looking to just take a shot onto Molly and Langsa. Not able to connect, as Hunters are still just pushing out of choke, so Hunters have more than enough real estate. They got a big backyard too, so it's about how Valiant are going to reclaim it, and especially scale up this Zarya of Sashin. It's so important, and you see with how low his ult charge is, how not much Sasha's been able to do in terms of brawl. Hunters are more focused on their backline. It's good dynamite from Dia, and having Bob before the end of point B is going to be important, but here's the dive. The nano to Gaga, going right after Langsa, who still doesn't have a shield, but he's getting pocketed by Molly in the back, and Langsa's living for so long, but Liam has already picked off too. Gaga's made more than enough space for this DPS. It's a bit unlucky for Jinmu, but now you nano Langsa just to have sustain for the defense, but there's really no winning this fight if you're the Valiant. And Hunters are about to cap, and that's going to be a thick time bait for point C.
Gaga played that so well there with Nano. You might think, oh, he hasn't even been able to kill Lengsa, but it wasn't about killing Lengsa. It was never about killing Lengsa. It was about keeping Molly's attention, getting that consistent pocket onto the Brigitte to try and make sure both the supports survived. And that's where Sarsen and Becky start to fall through the cracks as Jinmu and Lee take their own 2 versus 1s with the support of Nisha behind them, because Gaga doesn't need additional healing while he's nanoed.
Okay, Sashin has a Discord orb on him, and he's just posted up at the front. Lengsa has to get involved. He starts the rally. The grab is thrown. Hunters counter with a Transcendence, but they don't have Jinmu to counterblade and turn this fight around. In a 4v4, both teams walk away from each other, especially from the bomb that was just placed from Dia. But Leaf gets charged up off Sashin and takes shots at the backline. But it's not an opening that Hunters can take, especially not without Gaga.
5 minutes now for Chengdu. Nisha 10% away from the Nano. And the Nano Blade does seem pretty appealing here for the Chengdu Hunters. There's no major ultimate to try and counteract here, only the spacing of the knockbacks from the Brigitte. If you can force out 2 bubbles from Sashin, it is easy landing for Jinmu. You can already see 1 has been spent on Sashin. Keep track of those, because that is going to be the only thing to stop Jinmu's Blade.
Yeah, and I mean, with a Brigitte Ana, you're not going to have a good response to the Nano Blade too, and he's going to invest it, the Nano to Jinmu. And just now pulling out the blade, getting Sashin low enough to get the dash reset, and 3 more fall for the Valiant. It's only Molly and Dia. But Dia now swaps to the Tracer, knows he's not going to have the space to operate as Widow, is choosing the other doorway to go on the flank. But Jinmu's on the right, Gaga's on the left. Hunters are just trying to camp Valiant, but here are the ults from the defense. Molly nanos the Sashin Zarya just to buy space. You need the frontline to exist if you're this defense. Becky, well, he was a tank and didn't really do much on the Winston copy earlier as the Valiant are surviving, but for how much longer? The anti hits Lengsa and Gaga realizes this, pounces on him, squashes him like a pancake, goes after the other support, and Valiant can't touch. The Chengdu Hunters sweep this series 3-0 and hand Valiant their first loss of the mid-season Madness qualifiers.
I don't know if Sashin even got to use the Graviton that Nano built up to there, Lemon. It was very dire straits for Chengdu as they lost Jinmu just a touch earlier. Went too deep, too early, and we had this split from the Chengdu Hunters to try and lock down both of the exits, and that was so important. Gaga put up so much pressure on that left-hand exit from the attacker's perspective that both the duplicate from Becky and the Nano onto Sashin had to be used to try and force him out of that zone, and so much damage was done as well from Gaga cleaving through 4 that he instantly got the Primal Rage and was able to stay around for a lot longer when we saw just how much damage that could deal to Molly, who got absolutely battered in that final fight.
I mean, the dive ended up working out. I originally thought it was just so for it, just to go rush, but I forgot that the entire Hunter's identity is behind Gaga. The win condition of nanoing him, or Jinmu if he has the blade, and because Lengsa and Molly chose the Brigitte Ana, there was no Transcendence to mitigate that blade. So I was surprised that this was a 3-0, to be honest, and with Chengdu being in 5th place, being 4-5 before this match, they will go to 5-4. Now it'll all depend on how Fusion and Shanghai's match go to determine who's going to get that 4th place spot. But there was one player that just massacred this match in the best of ways. Your player of the match, of course, is our boy Lee from the Chengdu Hunters.
MVP killer, whether it be on the Sojourn or the Widowmaker, Leave had himself a game today. And that was so important to do, because of course, Dia, one of the more legendary Chinese DPS, but Leave has always been considered the big boy when it comes to representing China on the stage for damage heroes. And today was a showcase, admittedly. This was one of the crunches that I was talking about that really showed me how Chengdu Hunters are playing this dive composition at the moment. For a lot of other teams who are playing the Winston, it's a little bit slower. It's a bit more pokey. You have your Tesla Coil and you have Winston hold some space to try and force teams into using their resource and being whittled down before the play is really made. But for the side of Chengdu Hunters because they have so much power. With Leave, they try and play it a little bit faster, add the speed by having the additional Discord from Molly that does more damage, so that Leave can start picking off players a lot earlier with the space that Gaga makes with aggressive dives.
I mean, you know Leave's the better Sojourn. I mean, statistically, the numbers are there. Also forced Dia to swap to the Hanzo. Leave made a huge difference on circuit with 3 or 4 Ks, especially on the point B push to the Sojourn plays on New Queen Street, which was a bit closer, but still very impactful for Leave until the very end. You saw the Sojourn replays. This guy pops off. So it was we've had 2 3-0s today. But I think this next match is going to be a banger because there's so much on the line. The mid-season qualifiers is still in effect, and there's only so many matches remaining. But this final one, Philadelphia Fusion versus the Shanghai Dragons, are up next, and you won't want to miss it.
The Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome back. We got the post-game desk, where we don't have desks, but we will post-game analysis, what you guys just witnessed with your eyeballs. 3-0 for the Chengdu Hunters, spoiler alert. And we were expecting a bit of a closer match just with where the stakes are at, but even with Valiant's addition of Marvel, just wasn't enough to propel them to even a singular map win, giving them their first loss of the mid-season qualifiers. But I know you and I were discussing about how great it is to watch the Hunters dives, especially off of setting up Gaga for success, whether it is with the Nano or just with the resources in general. But our biggest interest was about Jinmu's Genji. We talked about how he's the number one Genji in APAC when it comes to statistics, but just how important that burst is for Jinmu to be on Genji versus a Zarya, which is more popular in the West when it comes to what you would accompany a dive with. But Jinmu's burst on the Genji, having the dash, right-click, melee, makes it so that he can finish off targets before Sashin can bubble them.
I want to talk about a specific point on Circuit Royale that really illustrates how much value Jinmu's supposed to get it close on the Genji, but in this case actually didn't. And that was the first fight for the pool area, when Chengdu Hunters were attacking into LA Valiant's defense. And what they were actually doing is they were moving around the outside of that area, Lemon, and they were basically baiting Lengsa into trying to get an environmental kill using that whip shot, because they know that, hey, if Daisy is peeking this and Lengsa sees that, he's going to use the whip shot, hoping for, oh, if Lengsa frag for tank, if I insta frag for tank, I win the fight, right? And that's me being a hero for my team. Trying to force that out so that Jinmu could wall climb up the back and come through the window for the right clicks and the blade after that was the overall win condition in the mind for Chengdu Hunters. And I think it would have worked out if they'd actually invested properly in that fight instead of getting a little bit greedy and going for the blade instead. But Chengdu Hunters, they are showing to have a really good understanding of how to enable that Genji.
I just also prefer the adaptations from the Hunters versus the Valiant, just thinking about how the Hunters tackled Circuit Royale when they had Jinmu Genji. Now, this is not really a cart pusher. This is someone that wants to get up there, up and personal, while as a Tracer is more able to cycle between the cart and the fight. So now going for a Genji, he was able to do that. So great adaptations right there. And even Leave got on the cart as the Widow. While as the Valiant adaptations also involved putting Molly on the Anna instead of the Zen, so not having the transcendence against the wave of ultimates, especially the Jinmu Blade, made it so Valiant just had no answer to the Jinmu Blade, and also made it so Jinmu could actually get the Nano, because often enough teams will not invest the Nano in the Blade, and it's not going to be as flashy. I'm not going to have to scream as much, because why invest two ultimates when one transcendence will counter it? But now that there's no transcendence because Molly goes Anna, then it's a free Jinmu Blade. But then what was the Ana Molly serving? They were nanoing Becky, which wasn't making a lot of waves for the Valiant.
Yeah, it might have been that they were trying to play a little bit more of the Ana there. I'm just postulating in my mind because I do agree that I think the Zen works out a little bit better when you know you're going up against the Genji so often. But it might have been that because Sashin doesn't have a huge amount of staying power as a Zarya, that you're trying to get more single target like point healing into Sashin as a Zarya so he can stay on the point for longer, because as a Zarya, because you don't have any real mobility, we saw that Becky sort of became the primary initiator. And that means that you're often going to be putting both of your bubbles onto the Echo and can't use as many for yourself to try and play for the energy and the survivability. And that might be why there's additional stress on Molly to go over to a point healer like the Ana, who can just keep that tank up for a while longer.
And it just felt like the Hunters didn't really have, the Valiant didn't have a good answer to the dive. They had D on the Hanzo, who is getting pounded, only has the one jump. And then Becky's up in the air, and as soon as he's down on the ground, that's when Gaga would dive in. So Valiant tried to play their own game, which I don't blame them because they were undefeated up until this point, but Hunters had the solution and they had the changes to constantly adapt in this series, hence why they went 3-0. So congratulations to the Hunters, but their chances in the mid-season madness qualifiers all depends on how this next match will go. Up next, we have the Philadelphia Fusion versus the Shanghai Dragons. They're getting in their seats right now, so I hope you stay in yours, and I hope you got some popcorn or maybe some scrambled eggs, depending on if it's breakfast or lunch or whatever, and we'll see you guys after this break. Hey guys, welcome back to 3 Overwatch. The Overwatch League is still alive. And we have, I think, a pretty good match coming up. Philadelphia Fusion, Shanghai Dragons. Surely this will be a 3-0. Let's kick it off with the Shanghai Dragons, though, who have, since in the Midseason Madness qualifiers, have only played Void so far. Machek, where is Fate?
Where is Fate? That's the question. Where's the calls? Where's the comms? Where's the main tank? And it's so weird, Lemon, that in some places, especially in North America, we are seeing so much Wrecking Ball, and Shanghai Dragons are finally addressing their 0-6 record and thinking something's got to change. We got to bring in the big boy Fate. I hope we get to see quite a bit of Wrecking Ball today, because Chengdu have done really well with it. We've seen teams over in North America do really well with it as well. And Shanghai, as amazing as Void is, MVP tier off-tank, he simply has not had a great track record thus far in Midseason Madness.
Yeah, I mean, the Shanghai Dragons, I hadn't watched the Midseason Madness qualifiers in APAC, just, focusing a lot on North America, and I was like, man, I just can't wait to see, I woke up from my coma and I was like, I can't wait to see the Shanghai Dragons dominate, and everyone's like, I got bad news for you, son. Shanghai Dragons got 99 problems, and they continue to have more. So they were running so much Void, Sigma, Doomfist, and we just hadn't seen Fate. But here he is. Maybe they can pull like a Hunters, right? Of just having Fate on the Hammond or the Winston, Flood a Genji, Lip Sojourn. That seemed to work out.
Yeah, 99 problems and 0 map wins, Lemon. On the other side, Philadelphia Fusion have a very preferable record against the Shanghai Dragons thus far in 2022. And speaking of new subs, we're seeing a little bit more of Fury as well. Belos Rhea has definitely been the tank du jour for the Philadelphia Fusion. They've been preferring a lot of Belos Rhea, and Belos Rhea has been playing a lot of different things. Winston, Wrecking Ball, Reinhardt, Roadhog. Occasionally.
Don't say it. Don't say it into existence.
Do not speak it into existence, but it's Fury who's going to be opening up here. We are, of course, on double push, so you'd have to assume that Colosseo is going to be the first map, as that's where Fury has seen most of his play, as both a Sigma and a Xayah, if I remember correctly. On the other side, MN3 certainly has been showing off his skills as a Sojourn, and I think that Zest is kind of like the person who, for my money, should always be in for Philadelphia Fusion. Zesh just provides so much in terms of flexibility as that sort of supportive DPS who can play on their own, whether it's as a Tracer, as a Genji, as an Echo, that just can provide the off-angle pressure that really gives some space to work for either MN3 or Carpe when they're playing something that's a little bit more straight and narrow when it comes to hit scans.
Well, Zest, you gotta keep him in the lineup. He is the number one tracer in APAC, at least when it comes to the statistics. Number one in solo kills, number one in post-bomb kills, and number 2 in final blows. The only thing that I think holds Philadelphia Fusion back is their tank situation. And now that Fury's in the lineup, maybe that experience, that leadership at the front line can be great, where they usually operate Fury on push. Even just most recently, they won Colosseo against Guangzhou Spark. But Philadelphia Fusion, I'm sorry, Fusion fans, you ain't having a great time. You lost your first 2 matches, and you had to take Guangzhou Spark, one of the lower teams, to a game 5 to win it. So Fusion, they look good on paper, but it's about working together on the field, not just trying to go for all these solo plays. But I feel like there's so much pressure on people like Carpe, Zest, and MN3 to go for their own solo plays if the tanks are not taking the initiative. Now that Fury's in the lineup, he has a ton of time in the Overwatch League. I'm expecting this to be a better look, but Belos Rhea should be substituted in after.
World champion of the inaugural season with the London Spitfire with a huge performance on the Diva. But, Lemon, both of these teams are currently feeling the panic and the fear, as the loser of this match is going to be in a position where it might be truly easy to fall out of contention for the mid-season madness. If Chengdu continue their current dominant run through the Midseason Madness qualifiers, they could take out whichever one of these teams loses and likely falls into 4th place, steal away that 4th seed from APAC, and knock one of these teams out of contention for Midseason Madness, which would be a heartbreaker And have a look at that. Philadelphia have not dropped a map to Shanghai Dragons this season. Shanghai Dragons have not claimed a map in Mid-Season Madness yet. So despite the reputation of our reigning champions, it's statistically not looking grand right now.
But with Fate in the lineup, this is a new look for the Dragons. They've always been using Fury in the mid-season qualifiers, and now they can have a main tank to truly own this map and take the space that they need. It's going to synergize great with Fleda's Tracer, and with hopefully this real estate taken up, Lip can have all the space to operate in terms of his Sojourn at a distance. Now Fusion presenting themselves with more of a brawl comp, having the Fury Sigma shield at the front. But look, the Dragons have already made their way in the back. It's Fate and Flutta back there just doing some initial scouting, and having access to this middle of the map means that Dragons can flank at any time.
Remember that the raw healing here for Shanghai Dragons is going to be fairly low, so Fate's going to be relying a lot on the health banks as he does a little bit of rolling and trolling here. A bit of a Bane 1 impression. Just keeping Philadelphia Fusion at bay for a moment before going in on Fury.
Yeah, it's tough for Fate because all he has to do is dodge the Fix's sleeps and the accretions of Fury, and because once Fate is Discord orbit like he is most of the time, he can be bursted down quite quickly, but Fate hasn't dropped yet. Dragons have been on the flank, and Fusion are good at peeling for themselves, especially with an MN3 Ashe, who usually is subbed in to either play the Sojourn, the Ashe, the Cassidy, stuff like that. So now that he gets a coach gun, he gets some dynamites, it's going to make it difficult for Fate to engage. Now you got some free push from Fusion. Now when do Dragons want to engage?
Zest playing on the flanks for now, trying to keep Fletter at bay. Still free distance here for the side of Philadelphia Fusion. And Fury's used to kinetic grasp, so for a moment it's going to be backing off and waiting for Fate to make his move.
We're just waiting for a fight to start. It feels like Fusion are just brawling away, and Dragons haven't found their opening. You got a nano creator invested into Zest, and this is just making all these targets so weak. Izuyaki's dead, but just couldn't get the finish on the Lee Jae-gong, and I wonder where Fixa was, where he was unable to support. I know where Fixa was. He was getting harassed by Flutta, who's throwing pulse bombs. Yeah, yeet. And Fusion, well, I don't know if they can get more than 30 meters. We'll have to see how much Fury can hold down his backline. Fixa is the target of Fletta's attention, jumping on in. Now the Transcendence is forced out by Aim God. Fusion trying to relieve some of that pressure as the Dragons are still around, and Lip is able to burst through all that healing.
The trance was there, but the DPS wasn't. Philly, they put the nano onto Zest, but I don't think they're in a great position to really do anything about that. Lee Jae-gong managed to just do-si-do around a pillar, use that physical cover to stay alive, and the rest of Philadelphia Fusion, they're so slow, Lemon, they can't focus a target with a Genji. And now both the DPS are dead again.
Yeah, Zest gone. Dragons will be able to get a lead out of this, and with the Hammond, they'll be able to get to the high ground, which is nice.
Access to the high ground here, maybe even knocking Fury off, you can get the proper roll through. And remember, when Fury loses that high ground, in a very vulnerable position.
There's the mines on top of the bridge. Fury is looking for a homie to grab Flex. The shield bashes out. Get outplayed by a Brigida. I don't know what to say, man. Lee Jae-gong, though, comes back with the rally. Dragons are all playing split from each other. It's Izuyaki and Lee Jae-gong over on pillars. Lip is kind of hanging around. He got staggered. He'll be back, though. And Fleta and Fate are taking rotations to the opposite side, the right, to pinch Fusion from multiple angles. But now it's the nano to MN3, thinking he's popping off, but maybe it's Zest that needed it, because, you know, the whole blade and all. But Izuyaki's dead, and Fusion are down 3. MN3 is going to stall out with the Bob, and maybe think about swapping. I'm not sure what the Bob was for.
Fusion are legitimately baffling, Lemon. Like, they are a science experiment. This isn't a team. They just saw a Transcendence have a nano and a blade and decide, no, I'm not going to nano the blade. I'm going to nano the Ashe instead. That's a decision that was made by a human being, and that's all I can say about it. Shanghai Dragons, they still have their lead here, Lemon, and control of the bot as well. For now, though, Shanghai can just stay back, troll the objective a little bit, and wait for Fate to be in a position to set up one of these fights, knocking someone off the high ground critically so that Flet can get on top of them.
Dragons have a 3-2 split right now where it's Fleta and Fate permanently on the flank going through the middle of the map, and Fusion are doing a way better job, especially of MN3 looking through that doorway and marking Fleta and Fate. And look how as soon as they present themselves, they're discorded, they're burned to death, and because Fate and Fleta are not in the greatest range of Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon, the orb is getting cut off through the mid-map walls. Fate and Fleta are not getting sustained, so Fusion just have to hold their ground.
Fate here can at least control the objective. With the mines, it's going to be very difficult to cut through for the Philadelphia Fusion. They don't really have a good method of doing that, with the exception of throwing Fury's cardboard shield through the mass of them and just allowing the damage to accumulate. Lip doesn't quite connect when it comes to the railgun, but the overclock is ready to give chance after chance again.
It's a dangerous place that Lip is in now that he has the overclock too. I'm wondering how the Fate mines are going to be used. You lock the Fusion into the fight, but now the mines have been placed and it immediately claims the lives of the supports. Aimgod didn't even have time to use Transcendence, and you probably needed that to keep up the tempo, especially if you're going to invest Pulse Bomb and a Grab Flux. So Fusion just not able to touch those high ground members of the Dragons, and it's the Dragons back on the barricade.
You're exactly right, Lemon, and what else is Aimgod saving this Transcendence for, to be honest? Like, it's not that good against the Overclock, it won't do anything against the Pulse Bomb. At best, you can just, like, counter-trance Izayaki, but often you're going to be able to force that out by using your own Grav Flux, and Fury didn't end up getting anything out of that because he made the play without his supports. MN3 has control of a high ground as Feta and Flate, pardon me, wait alone.
I love Flate, but Fusion now throw the buff behind the Dragons, and Lee Jae-gon is forced to rally, and Dragons push forward out into the open where Fusion just gets to play Duck Hunt. So what a well-placed buff from MN3 to force these awkward positions. Dragons are now stuck in the closet, and Fusion are just gonna siege in there with a Nano Tracer of all things. So Fusion are back on the bot.
You know what, I quite like the choice of a Nano Tracer there. This allowed Zest to get very close to a Pulse Bomb, as well as meaning that Zest had additional survivability while playing in that alcove that was well out of the line of sight of both Fixer and Aimgod. And that meant Fixer and Aimgod could stay in safe positions and stay alive for this crucial fight here as Philadelphia Fusion continue to exacerbate their lead.
Zest, you gotta hit those, man. Fury needs you. Your country, your people need you, okay? Fury's taking so much poke, he ain't got a shield. He's just a walking Zarya at this point, and now the backline of Fusion is exposed. This is deja vu from the last fight. Guess what happened last fight? Aimgod and Fixa died first, and Aimgod still ain't using the Transcendence. Help him!
Well, the good news, Lemon, is that Aimgod might get to use the Transcendence to counter the minefield after all, because Fate's almost got another one, and Aimgod is still holding on to this. He is a hodl gang right now, diamond hands on the Shanghai Dragons might actually use an early minefield here to try and stop the contesting of the cart so that it can move forward into an advantageous position.
And what's messed up about all of this is Fusion are winning right now. They're 41 meters and 36. And finally, you have the Dragons who get a first pick. Now, will we see Fate go to the high ground? He placed the mines on the staircase, which Fusion just walk around it. And now Dragons, well, you see Fate actually peel for his backline. Zest was flanking, he kills him. Now the Dragons have had 2 picks, one from Flip, one from Fate, and you're just barely getting progress on this barricade. It's 2 meters away. There's a contest from the Fusion. The barricade, or the Grapflux from Fury does a big dent into the Dragons. They do fire back with the Transcendence. Without Lee Jae-gon, though, Dragons are not going to do well in these later fights, and that's where the damage of the Fusion is so deadly. And throughout the Dragons having picked first blood and second blood, they still don't get the lead back.
Finally, Aimgod uses the trance, gets the second one there after Izayaki's is forced out by the Gravitic Flux from Fury. And Shanghai, they invested pretty heavily in that previous fight. The Overclock's still going to be available here for Lip, and remember that Fixer has been consistently picked off first by Lip with these headshots. Maybe a little bit harder now, going up against the Brigitte to do that.
Oh, just Dragons are looking at the back line, they're pounding the front, and Lip, he does the same thing every fight. Zest, MN3, Aimgod going after the dog too. Dragons, once they own the high ground, they ain't leaving it, and the Fusion have not figured out what to do. But here's the fun fact, Fusion are still winning 41 meters.
Shanghai Dragons giving him lip. Fury has to make a decision here as to how soon he wants to try and contest this barricade. And maybe you send Zest to do it instead. A little bit of objective trolling. Try and find a place for this bomb. You've got to try and remain in the lead here if you're Philly.
It's a rally. There's the mines. It's on the bridge. MN3 is cut off from the rest. And there is the finish. A great pile drive and cohesion from the Dragons to isolate and execute. This is what they needed to do. And the Dragons, they rob the victory potentially away. Taking it back 54 meters and now growing with 20 seconds remaining. The Fusion will have rally. They have respawn advantage. They have a chance to kill Fate here. But he finds cover and he's Discord orbed and he gets out scot-free!
It would have to be a overtime turnaround for this one, Lemon, but still denied. Is the checkpoint. Zest is taken down. The rally from Fixer allows him to stay alive on the cart for just a second longer.
Oh, and Fusion don't want to be anywhere near this barricade because that means they're going to get flanked from the left, the right, the top, and the bottom, and they're going to find themselves 6 feet under. It's only Fixa, or just a few more members of the Fusion on the cart, and the Dragons not able to finish off the fight. Now overtime into effect, 64 meters to 41 is coming down the last fight.
Aim God here. Once again, can't hold on to the trance for too long, is starting to close the distance on it. 22% away, but Lip almost has an overclock. And we remember in this exact position what happened last time. The bot starts to move away and Fate keeps this bot in place for the moment.
Oh, Fletta's in the back line. He has the pulse bomb. His recall's been used. He has to play a bit safer. Meanwhile, Fury starts to dominate with the grab flux. He finds himself on the high ground, but drops. What a read on the coach gun. The pulse bomb into MN3. It's a 5-on-2 for the Dragons, and they could be potentially taking this map, and so it is. 64 to 46. The Dragons will take a map.
The Dragons' comms are getting cleaner. Force out the coach gun. I'm waiting behind with a pulsar in my pocket and a big old evil grin. Shanghai Dragons, their first map of the mid-season madness and their first map against the Philadelphia Fusion in 2022, Lemon. Lip has been a monster on the Sojourn, and now with the overall cohesiveness of plan, the divine purpose that Fate brings to this team, maybe Shanghai are back.
They're back, baby, and all you needed was a ball. A guy named Fate and Fleta, Flate even, as you call it. The flanks were great.
Feta and Flate.
I mean, MN3 did a really good job of trying to mark those flanks. It's just when Fate finally hit those mines on the bridge that really propelled Dragons into a winning position. Now it's only map 1. Let's not be some map 1 Mirandas. We got a few more to go, so we'll see you guys after the break. Guys, it's historical. We just witnessed the first Shanghai Dragons map win in the mid-season qualifiers. We truly are cursed. We saw the first loss of the Valiant in the mid-season qualifiers. We're seeing the first win from the Dragons. But okay, that's just map 1. And that's when Void was in. Things are changing. Got some substitutions.
Yeah, let's not be map 1 Miranda's, but Fate does now have a 100% win rate in Mid-Season Madness, so basically unbeatable. On the other side, talking about main tanks, Bellosaria has entered the chat for the Philadelphia Fusion. We weren't expecting to see Fury as we go over to Escort. This is one of the map types where Winston tends to reign supreme, whether it's on Dorado or over on Watchpoint Gibraltar, which should be our destination. Watchpoint Gibraltar, of course, one of the maps where we expect to have some pretty hype battles of the Widowmakers, and MN3 is definitely one of the more powerful Widowmakers we've seen, but just looking at what happened on Colosseo, Lip's aim is warm today, and when it comes to the flicks, when it came to those rail guns on the Sojourn, Lip is looking scary, baby.
No, he looks scary on the Soldier and the Soldier meta, and I'm not surprised to see him dominate the series. Now, I did just wake up from my coma where I don't remember Shanghai Dragons playing those first 2 matches. I didn't see. I don't remember no 0-6 happening, because all I see is Dragons.
That's for Shanghai Shagons.
Oh, of course, little baby dragons. Well, now with a bit of Time Wizard, we've turned into 1000 Dragon, and I think Fate in the lineup has helped a lot. So, but Bellosaria is in, and the last time I saw Fusion, especially on this map with Bellosaria, there was a lot of like indecisiveness when it came to Bellosaria, forcing Zest and MN3 to have to make kind of their own solo plays happen, and I think that's why Zest is a little bit higher on the deaths per 10, because he takes big risks.
Yeah, Zest does take those bigger risks, but also at the same time, Philadelphia Fusion were playing such a slow comp that it was... Zest wasn't able to share the aggro, you know? When Zest went in, everyone could look at Zest and kill him, because Fury was behind on the Sigma, Aim God and Fixer were on this slower double flex support comp, at least until they swapped the Ana over to the Brig, and that meant that they weren't really able to join in with the pressure, and MN3 was on the Ashe, so was obviously playing at range for a while. And Philadelphia Fusion hopefully won't have the same issue now, because Zest will be able to move in alongside Bellosaria, as well as be able to receive those long-range heals from Aim God on the Ana. As for Shanghai Dragons, they're still inside attacker spawn, so this is all subject to change. But if they do end up playing a something like a Sojourn, I'd expect to see Zest get a little bit more aggressive with the help of the Fixer armor packs to try and challenge them out.
And Ziyaki's on the Zen, so that means you gotta think twice about if you want to invest the nano into Zest once that blade comes online, and how you're gonna dance around baiting that ult out. It's like Fusion, we're just getting some poke in. It's always kind of sketchy to present yourself on that initial bridge, because, you know, Bellosaria or even Fate could bring out the Hog and just hook someone in and get that first pick. There's the dive from Bellosaria. He's already Discord Orb. He's got the barrier down too, but Dragons are more in a poke phase right now, and Fate needs to get into position.
So Fate and Fletter, they are going to have much better presence on the cart compared to Philadelphia Fusion, who don't have someone like a Tracer to keep that contested. If you want to move in and fight that, then it generally is going to have to be Zest, as he's the only one who can escape easily. MN3 with an opening pick.
Yeah, getting charged up, diffing Lip. That's a good start, and opening for the Fusion, and jumping right on top of Lee Jae-gong. Izayaki is one, finished up by an Aim God, by an Ana primary fire, of all things. Now Fate is slept, he's Discord Orb. There's a synergy of Fusion to stagger out Dragons even more.
And as Shanghai gets staggered here, Philadelphia Fusion have the chance every single one of these fights to make a decision as to whether they try and crunch in on the cart and get a 5 versus 2 there, or find the less mobile members of Shanghai and Lip, Izayaki and Lee Jae-gong, while Fletter and Fate are pressuring the payload and trying to destroy them before Shanghai can really try and make inroads in the backline. And it seems like Philadelphia are consistently trying to damage Lip first so that Izayaki and Lee Jae-gong expend resources early.
There's Fate just dominating the high ground, especially with a Hammond with that 36% extra knockback in this patch. You can just whip people off, and that's just immediate high ground for Dragons, and a great position for Lip to be in, especially against MN3, who's going to be on the opposite high ground. Fate is on the low, dancing around. Flutta maybe trying to hunt down MN3, but the supports of this defense are actually in server, and Dragons need to find a way to siege in there. Maybe building up towards some mines, a pulse bomb thrown in there, but without Izayaki. And maybe, depending on how Fusion ult tracks, they might know they have a free Nano Blade with no Transcendence.
One of the great things about that server position as well, super difficult to get in there if you're a Wrecking Ball. Minefield's going to be expensive, and there's the Blade. Never mind.
And he's going to space. He's
so
floating
no nano?
up there. You'll float too. Yeah, no nano, I guess. And maybe thinking Izayaki at the Transcendence, thinking they probably wanted to Blade first and then nano him after to just go after the Transcendence was over. So either way, Dragons have gotten the point.
Yeah, that was a monumentally bad series of plays there for Philadelphia Fusion. Zest dying that early meant Izayaki didn't even pop the Transcendence.
Well, now that the defense have bad spawns, Dragons are going to try and... I was going to say try and pound them, but then there's a Primal Rage beating them down. Lijiagong's actually been isolated, and he's currently in a corner getting beaten. And Belosria, though, maybe got a bit too greedy because he's still down there, and you see Zest has to finally wake up and go and help him, but... I think both sides lost a bit there, so Fusion are just going to try and get back on top of ship.
This one's getting messy. A truce is called. Quick backing out here from a Shanghai Dragons, but we leave Lip in to try and make sure that space can be controlled and that the entries won't be too heavily taxed by MN3, who takes so much damage. But once the server clock is active, moving in is going to be so difficult for Shanghai.
So the defense here of the Fusion. Owning top of ship is going to be important, but it's so difficult to hold that position when Faye can just either pile drive you or boop you off. There's the nano, the counter dive from Belosria. He's in the back. He's already killed Lip. And it's forced out the Transcendence of Izayaki, and that's great for the Fusion. Dragons are left using resources and not being able to take a fight because Fusion just leave.
Forcing out the trance as well as getting the kill, because right there Belosria actually managed to use the Winston shield to block off the healing, and Belosria once again a little bit of a feed, Lemon, a little bit of a feed.
It'd be like that sometimes. There's my analysis. Dragons, though, they're going to take the fight in their own hands by Lip diffing MN3, who was using Overclock, and Lip didn't use his. Now Flood is also pulsing the back. Fusion have had no time to breathe. They are constantly getting engaged on, and that's what the recipe is for the Dragons playing this Hammond. Is why you play the Hammond over the Winston is you can always get in and get out quickly and be constantly engaging. With Flood up by your side, how can you ever lose? The Fusion still cannot live more than 5 seconds without getting staggered. Now they have to stay in their spawn room doors just to be safe.
And the thing is, Shanghai can also make these dives so much more quickly because they're doing 50% or 30% rather more damage to their dive targets thanks to the Discord Orb. Whereas Philadelphia Fusion, because they have no Zenyatta here, Lemon, the damage is less deadly and it can be healed through quite easily by Li Jaegon or Izayaki simply giving over resources to keep people alive when Belosria is on top of them.
At least Fusion just need one pick just to stabilize, and they're going after the supports of Li Jaegong, Izayaki, who are rallying, and Belosria doesn't have enough damage, and as soon as Faye places the mines to buy space for the supports, Belosria just leaves. So that's amazing for the Fusion, and now they're gonna fight yet again. The rally starts from Fixa. Zest has the pulse bomb. Dragons are trying to play this safe as this rally doesn't end up yielding kind of an aggressive fight for the Fusion as we were expecting. Dragons expected to step up while Zest is on a flank. He misses the pulse. It lands right at the toes of Li Jaegong, but at least scares Izayaki into using Transcendence. So Fusion just keep baiting ults out of the Dragons.
Yeah, but Fusion have used everything here simply to stay alive, and now this means that if they can set up a dive or even a pulse bomb with a power driver, things could fall apart for Philadelphia Fusion bloody quickly. Their closest ult is the Dragon Strike, and that's of limited usefulness right now as well.
Fusion diving in, but Belosria got whip shot. He got whip shot in the back by Li Jaegong and was forced to go deeper than Belosria really wanted to go. And everyone falls like dominoes after that. Now the Dragons, minute 20, the last fight for the full cap. Fusion don't have ults. They swap to the Diva, hoping to matrix this, and he swoops in and eats up the pulse bomb that flooded through to spawn. A big play, but Belosria doesn't have mech. There are no tanks for the Fusion at the end of the day. and that's where Dragons are going to end it where they started, but the DPS of Fusion are kind of popping off. MN3 and Zez have gotten a pick or two each, and now you're only left with 3 members of the Dragons to attack, but Lips on the high ground in a god spot. He's going to have overclock soon. Bellasaria barely has a shield, and now it's gone. Dragons surely can end it here, and there's Lip unleashing the overclock as soon as the shield is gone, and it's already at 3K, and it's over. 36 seconds for the Dragon completion.
And Shanghai Dragons, they feel no fear of Bellasaria. That all started, like you said, with a boot lemon. Not only the whip shot, but also Fate rolling through from the back, using the speed of the Wrecking Ball and the knockback that it had to knock Bellasaria out of his shield and forward into Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki, who could wrap around him after that and just bully him completely. Continue whip shotting, continue kicking him, taking him away from that shield. And I think we're going to see the knock through here. Yeah, there it is. There's the first, and then knocked up as well, so that he couldn't return to the shield. It's Lip in the highlight, but it's Fate who set it up, and we've got a highlight again, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons. Void went 0-6 when it came to maps, and in the end, it takes a team to tango, but the difference with Fate in is just so clear.
Clear as day. Just how decisive these engages are, how aggressive they can play. They got a lot of ults baited out, and it took them a while to complete C, but a completion is an accomplishment on this map. It is so difficult. Now Fusion have Bellasaria on the hog, and they do this to usually get the hook off the bridge, and maybe even to bully their way through point A, and maybe as a response to the Fate Hammond. I wonder how long this lasts.
Might just be for the initial hook. We have seen Bellasaria play an alarming amount of hogs, so there's a world where this is the reality, but for now it's just a scouting mission, and it's going to be a swap over onto a more dive-heavy or dive-happy composition here for the Philadelphia Fusion. Admittedly now, on the attack, Philadelphia Fusion, AimGod, what's he doing here? What is he cooking?
That was a cool ante from AimGod. Tried to splash it on the wall, but Dragons were too far away, so it didn't have an effect, and they tried to coordinate that with the Bellasaria dive. It did scatter the Dragons, and then Fate just counter-engaged, because meanwhile, Fate has been on the flank this whole time, and found MN3 after he used jump. So really good awareness from the Dragons. Now Fate needs to fade away into the shadows and has no problem doing so. And he squashes AimGod on the way back.
Yep, Fate is just built different when it comes to the Wrecking Ball. And when you're up there brawling against a Brigitte in a tiny room when you don't have AimGod's heals or antis, it's not going to go your way. Every single stagger is claimed by the Shanghai Dragons and turned into juicy ult charge.
Zest.
Philadelphia Fusion.
You see him
I wonder if they might change tactics here to try and play a little bit more for farming the nano boost and then allowing Bellasaria to make a more targeted and powerful engage, but even then you run the risk of getting knocked back and having your engage completely nullified, and then that entire farming period has been useless.
I was just laughing at the fact that Zest was in Narnia. He's clearly waiting for the dive of Fusion to collapse onto that high ground. It's so important for the Fusion to get that back, force Dragons into server, and then go next. It's a stick from Zest, but Izayaki walks into him, and I think Fate also knocked him into it. Either way, Zest is dead, and he waited all that time just for nothing. Fusion don't have supports, they don't have DPS, and they don't have hope, and half their time bank is gone.
Oh, MN3 is also having a bad time thus far on the Hunter. We are 2 minutes in, and he is 61% to Dragon Strike. You've heard of the AKM Blade, but the MN3 Dragon Strike is looking to be potentially a contender. If he carries this on, it's basically passive ult charge at the moment, Lemon. And Shanghai Dragons, they haven't had to use anything. There it is. MN3 finally hits a headshot, a couple of bounces as Lip is taken away. For Shanghai Dragons, they can still dip into the treasure trove. The armory remains stacked with 5 ultimates good to go, and a stick will open.
Ooh, that's pretty sick. That's an opening for the Dragons, and Izayaki got pounded before he could use the Transcendence, but Fate will lay the mines, pave the road for the cart, or at least try and own that real estate back. And Fusion, well, they're on the high ground, but now they're trapped. Bellasaria's gonna dive past the mines, blow them up a little bit, gets nanoed by AimGod, is gonna try and live as much as he can into this back line. Lips on one side, Izayaki's on the other, and this Transcendence might have to come out, but with Bellasaria gone, I don't think Fusion have much of a push left.
There's no space to really work with, and Lip's got an overclock that simply looks too dangerous to stick around with. Izzyaki will fall, so now damage taken might well be permanent. MN3's getting frisky with the dive on in, but the combined arms fight, here we go. Here we go, Belos Ria has gone Roadhog. It's time, Lemon. This is what Belos Ria does when he's really annoyed with a Wrecking Ball. And fair to say, Fate has been a pretty annoying lad over the last couple of fights.
Yeah, I'd love if I'd love if Aim God didn't frontline over the Hog. That's just what I'm saying. But Belos Ria also hasn't gotten a hook, and then the post bomb flings into his backline. So this is not fun for Fusion fans. I'm so sorry. DM me if you need anything. You know, if you want a shoulder to cry on, it's okay.
One like equals one prey.
Yeah.
Okay, spawn camping at the moment. Lip still has a fully charged rail. Will Aim God survive the attention is the question. Can anyone even touch? It is going to be Belos Ria, I think, who's managed to make it on the Wrecking Ball.
Ooh, just
and there
barely.
it is, Zest is touched.
Zest is already forced to use Recall. He doesn't have a mini pack. He's going to try and fade into the shadows, but Fleta has the blinks, and he has the flicks. And Fusion, they only have a rally, and it's a 4-on-5. How are they going to pull this through? They have to go to the end of the map, and if this part is difficult, I don't want to see what they can do on point B, because that's even harder. Fusion have no supports, and this fight is just done. Belos Ria is going to just drive away from the card, and Dragons are going to go to series point.
Dragons have finally found their identity, Lemon, and it's an identity that works. The dives of Fate and Fleta together are overwhelming. Philadelphia Fusion outpaced at every turn. They can't buy a fight that's working with their own game plan here. And it seems like Fate really is the secret sauce when it comes to the calls, the setups, the attention that he demands, making Belos Ria swap over to the Roadhog. And admittedly, Philadelphia Fusion were scrambling for answers that they simply did not have.
You know what's funny is Zest actually out-damaged Fleta's Tracer by like 3k, but Lip just dominated this lobby because he gets to sit back and snipe away. There were some moments where MN3 would get a pick, there were some moments where Zest would get a pulse bomb, but it's just the lack of cohesion from the Fusion, and then the Hog. Like, if your Ana of Aim God has to walk in front of you because they know how to take space more than your tank does, there's a problem. But we got 99 problems. We got one more map to go. We'll see you guys after this break. All right, listen, I know I said this wasn't going to be a 9-0 day, but we're one map away from having the quickest Overwatch League stream of all time. The Dragons are up 2-0. At least it's on a good foot for them because they hadn't won a map up until this point, so we're a little bit cursed, but so are the Fusion. But they will be substituting a new tank in to see if that turns their chances around.
Yes, once again, Lemon, the merry-go-round of tanks spin. Belos Rear has been thrown off by the centripetal force, and in goes Fury to dive in and try and keep this spinning around. But at the moment, Philadelphia Fusion were in a little bit of a tailspin. We saw problems with hitting the sleep onto Fate. At the moment, you could consider that maybe Fate might be a little bit telegraphed when going for these pile drivers, but one of the things I want to take your eyes back to was actually the first fight on Colosseo, where we saw Fate just randomly swinging around that central pillar for a good amount of time, and I think that Fate might have actually been doing that to try and condition, or maybe even decondition, the expectation of how a Wrecking Ball takes an engagement so that it's harder to predict when the pile driver is going to come through and when to invest the sleep onto Fate and therefore make those engagements a lot harder to shut down. Fate's an incredibly intelligent player, and Philadelphia Fusion thus far have not found a way to deliver the Ana CC reliably to it.
And I think there's just a lot of poke going into Aim God so that when the pile drive does come from Fate, it's just an insta-kill at that point, so there is no response to the sleep, because Ana players will usually wait, not sleep during the pile drive, but rather kind of once the CC is cooled down. But also just the concept of dive v dive of Belos Ria versus Fate is that Belos Ria would get nanoed. He'd jump towards MN3. He would go after the supports, but not get the kills. And then realize that, well, they're out-rotating him, and he turns around, and Fate is getting value quicker on the Hammond because he's killing Aim God and Fix every fight, and then Belos Ria has no one to help him out. So it's just the better execution of dive from Dragons and a new look from them having Fate in, and now he's on the Doomfist when it comes to King's Row defense.
Alright, a Doom Fate alert. This is brand new. This is interesting. Fate's already having a bit of a laugh, and here, if he goes up against Fury on Vazaya, the frontline battle might not be too easy here for Fate, but potentially could be able to circumnavigate Fury and get onto that backline. Alas here, Fusion with the double flex support, this is essentially designed to try and shut down a Doomfist with the sleep and the harassment that you can get with the Discord Orb onto a Doomfist who has no real way of cleansing that. Bloody hell, Lip. Mind out.
He's about to mess around and find out. And I like that Fury's on the Zarya. Just gonna bubble Zest. Maybe MN3 if it feels like going up in there. But I think MN3 is more on babysitting duty, making sure Aim God and Fix are good to go. And look at the execution on the dives. Fusion looking pretty good in that first fight.
DJ gone here on the Lucio. Okay, it might fit in a little bit better with the Winston here, just being able to ferry him around. I think that the Lucio has some limited usefulness when alongside the Doomfist, as he's already so fast and can generally weave in and out of engagements as he pleases. And remember that here, Fate's going to be under significant pressure from that Discord Orb, combined with Fury here on the D.Va. This is all about bullying out that Winston. There's so much frontline damage from the Zen, D.Va, and Genji bullying out Fate, who's going to need huge amounts of support here. Basically, Izayaki permanently pocketing him.
Yeah, we've seen this even in the Western region too, of just the D.Va's going to step into the Winston bubble just to put those micro missiles all up in his jaw, and then make sure that the Winston jumps out immediately and doesn't overstay his welcome. So look how quickly Fate is disengaging. Now he's got the anti on him. There's going to be a window for Fusion to engage, but Fate quickly hops out, which means Dragons are giving up a lot of space. Now Fusion round the corner, and it's up to building that Nano Blade, where Lijigon is very far from a barrier.
Dragons have to pick their moment here to try and make an engagement work, but Fixer just keeps hitting bardic grenades and forcing Fate back even further. Shanghai need to get onto this immobile backline, and getting rid of MN3 is a great way to start it. Now there's one less thing to knock back Fate.
Yep, that's Dragons up 5-4. And not really being too aggro. Fate, though, now nanoed, and that's a play from Fixa. Walks in and sleeps it. Transcendence to help, to maybe help Fixa rotate back to safety, but the pulse bomb will obviously burn through that right quick. So Fusion get nothing out of that.
I wonder if AimGod there didn't trust Fixer to hit the sleep, because I'm not sure how much value was really gained out of the Transcendence after there was already a sleep there, and of course Fleta hitting a huge Pulse Bomb, which did the burst damage and got through the Transcendence anyway. Zest prepared for the Nano Blade, and Li Jaegon is just a couple of percentage points away from the sound barrier. He's going to be the primary target here.
Overclock on the high ground from Lip, and Zest is quick to go and just out-pressure that. MN3 is just like back against the wall, like, help me! And Fury's like, I'm on it, boy, I'm bursting this Fate guy bubble, and Fate is 99% on Primal, and oh, he still gets out, so that's chill. Fusion, though, they got a first pick. Li Jaegon out of the picture. This could be a free blade for Zest if it feels like investing it now while the barrier's out of the picture, but Fury is without a mech. But maybe Zest could lead that charge, especially Lips overstaying his welcome on that corner with no one else there. Fusion don't need to invest right now.
You can see Fleta at the moment playing around in those upper hallways. Fate's actually made a bisection here. This is a great dive.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Zest Blade, but you're gonna have to wait another fight, Fusion fans, because Fixa is dead, and so is MN3. So pretty neat primal from Fate, and a good response by Fleta, who continues to live in the backline rent-free, it seems.
Ooh, good response from Fury. World Championship Diva certainly is. The peel is strong for AimGod, that allows him to survive and get this Transcendence. And Zest even catches out Fleta on their disengagement route. And now Shanghai Dragons might have to actually scurry away for a while and wait for Fleta to return so someone can back up Fate's dives.
All Dragons feel they want to fight, and they nano Fate just to kind of stabilize on the cart, because Fusion were just out-tempoing them like crazy. Fusion were able to fight back, which is a different story than how how Gibraltar went. Felt like Fusion were getting staggered every fight, and now they're kind of doing that to the Dragons, where the Dragons at least invest, so they're not afraid to take a 4-on-5 fight if it means just slowing down with the Fusion half cooked up. But now the Dragons have disengaged. They'll have a sound barrier, and they're probably holding this for the Zest Blade. And he's had this for a while. There's the sound barrier, and AimGod just has to make sure the Fusion lives so that Zest can blade. Now that the barrier is gone, the Fusion only have a few more meters to go. They're gonna maybe try and push this in without ults, but the overclock has been unleashed, and Lip has already killed AimGod. Fusion thought they could do this without expending as much, and now they're paying the ultimate price.
Philly have made a little bit of a habit of underinvesting in some key fights here, Lemon, and this might be one of the ones that they come to regret. Alas, Fate right now messing with the backline of the Philadelphia Fusion. A return to the cart, and Zest is already so low, needs to be topped up before he even considers blading.
Knock, knock, it's Fate in your backline. Zest trying to swipe through them, but mainly get himself in a safer spot, more towards his supports. Right now, it's a 4-on-4, and in the backline is Fleta, also harassing and also stopping the reinforcements of the Fusion. And he's just been a menace. He's close to the pulse bomb. There's the bubble from Fate. He's been nano too. He has a primal, and he's already stomped 2 people. The Fusion are trying to run, and they can't afford to die anymore. Look at this primal juggle. It puts Zest into enemy fire, and it's more staggers for the Dragons, and so crucial because Fusion now only have 30 seconds left, and they don't have Fury's mech.
World famous Lip Sombra returns to the forefront. Shanghai Dragons, they've upped the pace. They've got so fast. Philadelphia Fusion, yes, they want a blade, but they can't keep all 5 members alive to make it work. Fury swaps over onto the Zaya. This is just about making sure that Zest can survive a second longer while blading, or even get to the cart.
Someone has to touch from the Fusion, and it looks like MN3 is trying to go forward, Fixa with the rally. They don't have the speed, and it looks like MN3 managed to get there in time. Through the fire, through the flames, the Fusion carry on, and they're about to cap, and it was up to Fleta to touch, and Dragons needed to cycle through, but Fate got pushed off. Dragon spot a little too hard on the flank, and Fusion just bulldozed their way to the cart, and somehow won point B.
A swap there to the Zaya. Intelligent. This is very good once you get into the midst of these fights. Very difficult for Fate to survive very long against the Zaya if she's able to build up the energy, and you can usually absorb a lot of damage of those bubbles simply by being able to give them over to the primary target of these dives and mess with the timing of the Dragons.
Ooh, an EMP from Lip, but it's gone. Transcendence. Sucks to suck. MN3 though has got an overclock. try and burst through the Dragons. Lee Jae-gon, Fate, Lip fall immediately, and Fusion have a lot of wind in their sails. 45 seconds and the end of C in their sights.
Izayaki here desperately needs to keep getting healing. Maybe Fate can catch a little bit more, get that nano over onto the Winston so he's got some staying power on the car. An instant engagement.
I thought Fate was getting flailed off the cart, but I think Fleta was there to stop the final push, but there's just no cart presence. Fusion have so much damage, and 27 seconds is all that Fusion have, but a finish is a finish.
And that was a bloody fast ending there. 2 Kings row. It took them a minute and 3 seconds, Lemon, to push through point C. This is where we see teams get caught up for 5 minutes, but Shanghai Dragons fell apart once they could no longer be the arbiters of the tempo. Philadelphia Fusion, they finally were able to, as they say in interviews, play their own game, and that's about playing faster, finding the openings, forcing the issue onto Shanghai Dragons by investing ultimates, which Zest finally did with the Blade on point B and cracked open Shanghai Dragons. The thing was, with Philadelphia Fusion, because they were continually looking for the optimal way to use the Blade so that it couldn't be countered, so that it was guaranteed kills, it meant that Shanghai were always feeling like there wasn't a huge amount of pressure. They weren't going to be under pressure until Zest used that Blade, and so they could dive at their leisure. Fate and Fleta could just weave into the backline and start messing with the Fusion so that they couldn't adequately support that Blade.
Now this next attack, I mean, the Dragons can beat that time. We've seen it do it before, back when the Dragons were good in the, kickoff clash qualifiers. But hey, it's a new age now that you have Fade in. I mean, look at that. They got 2 more maps now that he's in. It's the Doomfist to start. Oh my god. Lip? Okay. Player of the match. I'm calling it. Now Fate's on the ball, and Dragons say, let's go. Paddle to the metal on the high ground. Gonna drive by Fury. We're just gonna sit on the point. Now the Fusion, they're the ones that have to react. Actually, Dragons are not even capping. Fate was more exploring the high ground, making MN3 uncomfortable, not really fully committing to that. Fleta's on the left in Hotel. Lip hoping to maybe jump up to this high ground, maybe charge up off Fury. Fury got slept. Doesn't look that much. That did really much. As Dragons, they could go to point. I don't really see anyone there from the defense to stop them.
Yeah, the thing is here, Lemon, the crossfires are going to be brutal when you think about how much damage Aim God Fixer and MN3 can do to someone with no cover. Fate can at least stay in the ball form to avoid being headshot, but really, Fury needs to be dislodged from this high ground position, and that's what the movement from Shanghai Dragons is.
There's just too many pins in the way, Fate. I know you're a big old bowling ball, but you're going to get bullied if you're not careful. He goes to the other side, and Dragons fight from the front, but MN3 still stands tall over his opposition of the Sojourn. Aimgon's got the Discord Orb on Lee Jae-gon. He's dangerously low, and that's not someone that Dragons can afford to lose. And Lee Jae-gon is just separated away from the Flog. Looks like he's able to get back to safety. No, he's still in that room, and Fate's going to help him out.
Fleta swapping over now onto a Trace to try and add a little bit more pressure to these initial dives and make sure that Fury can't stay here for free, because at the moment there's so much healing coming from Fixer that Fury can stay here essentially forever. He's not going to be out-damaged unless Izayaki can somehow sneak on a charge shot or a Discord Orb, but Fury's playing in a very reserved position, and that's why Fleta has to invest a huge amount of time now to wrap around the back and have access to Fury and, of course, MN3, who is checking very fastidiously for that Tracer.
We got people fighting on point B when the point hasn't even been unlocked. I don't even know what to say. Like, Dragons, I feel like they're just looking for an engage when sometimes you can just go to the point and force the other team to engage you, and that's a recipe to force a reaction. As Dragons finally realize that, they're trying to keep Lee Jae-gon, though, who has, like I said, a paper mache for a shield. He cannot sustain himself and he's doing a good job of cycling in and out. Fate is there for a crumb of objective time. Almost the second tick for the Dragons. There's the Ant Matrix from the defense. It's in the back right where Fixa is, and MN3 is going to take advantage, but they don't have anyone to really poke down because Dragons are hiding away. But because Dragons are hiding away, they're not really getting much point presence. So Fusion are now poking them down. So Dragons are neither killing anything or getting the point. So this is kind of messed up.
Yeah, the cap on the point is just so difficult with the amount of damage that Philadelphia Fusion have for free. And it was Fate and Lee Jae-gon who just sort of like did a do-si-do to keep contesting that point and building up towards that final tick, which is about to come through when Zest moves on down. And now Zest can contest this point super vigorously using that blade in melee range.
Oh, the Mites right up top of Fixer. He drops the immortality. Does he even live through it? It sounds like he does, and Zest might have wished that he had some living power of his own. The blade just exploded. Dragons, meanwhile, they place the mines on the point. Guess what happens when you step on the point? You cap it. So good job, Dragons. They got the card unlocked.
I'm sort of surprised that MGod didn't invest for Transcendence there and what could have been the make or break fight for the Shanghai Dragons. Alas, MGod holding it for a different ultimate. I'm not entirely sure which one. Maybe just an aggressive engagement to try and keep Fury alive when there's a huge amount of damage coming forth. One of the things I want to point out that Philadelphia Fusion did really well is that MN3 put his Disruptor field on top of a Dove Fixer so that it would burn through a huge amount of the mines that Fate put down. Alas, Shanghai Dragons, when everyone came down to equal footing on the point, they could simply brawl out better with greater target focus because of how mobile their comp is.
Well, they saw Zest just, you know, explode in his last blade, and they're like, well, we'll help you out. And Fleta, you're on top of him! How does that pulse miss, man? It's okay. You got the Transcendence out. There's a silver lining, but the Overclock will burst through all of that. Lip's already got one, and a second, and Fury's last on the hit list. There's the backhand to Zest, and a fight win for the Dragons.
Forcing out a less than ideal engage there from a Philadelphia Fusion, and now AimGod's moved over from the Zenyatta back onto this Ana. We saw that the same thing happen for the Los Angeles Valiant, where they really need to try and keep their Xayah sustained, so they went over to the better point healing, better single target burst healing that Ana can provide, as well as the playmaking potential of the anti, but it's still going to be so vulnerable to the dives of Fate and Fleta. Can they even touch before this caps? No. 3 minutes, Lemon, for 70 meters in a series.
And Fury tried to go and touch that, and now he's in the worst position ever, and he doesn't have the speed to disengage, and Zarya can be punished so bad without bubbles and in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And this is where the Dragons, they can have a big momentum push. Fate stays alive, which is important. Dragons haven't lost anyone up until this point. Zest slices through Lip, and this could be a fight for the high ground. Zest denies that from Lip and might have bought Fusion some time.
Fusion needs to try and make an earlier engage here, though. They can't afford to fight in the last possible space because they would get mined off of it. Alas, Fate has used the mines already just to buy this corner here. And this may well mean that MN3 can use the overclock from quite a safe position when Shanghai Dragons are forced to move down this final straight without a huge amount of cover.
Oh, you see the back line is low, and Zest is thinking about the Dragon Blade, but he's seeing the Transcendence, and this could be freelo for Zest, but his MN3 is like, I got this. Chill out. Let me use the overclock, and then your plan B, aight, buddy? And, well, MN3's gotten 1 kill, but it's fine, because Dragons are leaving. They lost Lee gone, and you don't win this fight with only Izayaki. Still a minute 45 for Dragons to make this work.
Forcing the Transult there was the golden ticket as well. Izayaki no longer has the counter to the Nano Blade that Shanghai Dragons were counting upon. And it might be that Shanghai Dragons, with 1 minute and 30 left, might be forced to just wipe to the Nano Blade and then go again afterwards.
There is the Zest Blade. Lee Jae-gon, does he use the rally? Well, Zest is on the high ground. There ain't no helping Lip up there. Lee Jae-gon says that's a you problem. Lee Jae-gon is also very far out of range. Fate and Fleta hoping to take control of Megapack's side, but Dragons don't want to risk getting picked off again.
Nano not given over because Zest said, hey, I can just solo Lip up here and that will win us the fight. If they don't have Lip, they do not win. And now Fury, if he has energy, he could be the recipient of this Nano and be an absolute bruiser in the front line.
Oh, good bubble on MN3 to save him from Fleta. 52 seconds. It's Fusion that pulled the trigger first just for the rally to make sure Zest is safe and, you know, more cushion so he can push the high ground. He's gotten nanoed. He got bubbled. Now Zest is just hanging out. The grab is thrown from Fury and it gets 0 people. Hey, but that's a zoning grab as the kids call it in Plat. So it looks like Dragons are still going to leave though because they don't have Lee Jae gone.
zoning Grav and a zoning Zyra as well. Fury so far forward, and Aim God's come to join them. With only 23 seconds remaining, Fate will finally lose his life, and Shanghai Dragons, they invested the rally in that previous fight, the overclock as well, so Flutter's moving over in an emergency onto the Echo with the pocket from a Mercy. They've decided that everything is about Fletter. All of the eggs are in the Fletter basket. If MN3 hits a headshot onto either Ligegon or Fletter, this could be dead in the water, Lemon.
Yeah, and MN3 sees that swap, goes immediately to Widow, and he can play at the back of point. It's going to be hard for Dragons to access that unless Fate fully commits to it. Flutter, though, is going to try and stay out of line of sight. MN3 is hunting. There's the pressure from Fate just to make MN3 uncomfortable. You start off with a kill if you're the Dragons. It's a 5-on-4. MN3 is collapsed on. No damage at all remaining from the fusion, and no ultimates either. Dragons complete the map. It's a little bit slower than the fusion, but a cap's a cap. We go again.
A cap is indeed a cap, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons losing out so much time on the first point where they simply could not find a way to just remove Philadelphia Fusion from the multiple arrow slits they were firing from. The ballista ray. They were manned with a longbowman. And the longbowmen were hitting pay dirt so often that Shanghai Dragons just had to eventually scramble into a last-ditch battle for the point. And you kept saying we need to try and play the point, get Philadelphia Fusion to come down to them. But only after about 3.5 minutes did that become the reality. Philadelphia Fusion, for the first time in a while, feel like they're playing with an advantage. And hopefully this time on the defense, they won't test lip sniping skills on that initial pick.
Yeah, Dragons just lost so much time on that point. Everything else just looked pretty easy. And it's because I had already mentioned during that whole point engagement that they were trying to win a fight that Fusion were just running from. Like, there were people just flanking at point B when the point wasn't even capped. And I think that was just a miscommunication between who should be on the point, because if Fate is just going to not want to be out in the open, then it should be up to Flutta or Ligegon a little bit to trade that out. But Flutta was just so deep on the flank that he didn't want to be on the point. So now you got 1 minute for the Dragons. They'll be attacking first.
Alright, once more, Lipsies if anyone's feeling lucky. And this point is to swap over. Oh, goodness. Shanghai Dragons, they're looking to try and get a bounce of the Bardic Grenade behind Fury here and then make a full-on dive onto him. Ligegon, I'm not sure if that was entirely the shield bash that he wanted, but it's okay. He's managed to at least cover some distance and maybe
he's
crunch up onto
repositioning.
high ground. Shanghai here. Remember, they only have 30 seconds, so this is all or nothing on the crunch.
Oh, he just heard where that Zen is coming from. Does he want to go after MN3? Does he want to go after Aim God? Flutta, they're going to be tasting some a kick, though, because Zen will kick you away. Flutta's like, okay, well, Fate is doing something. I'm going to look at what Fate's up to. Fate's discorded, almost died. And now their Dragons had a minute. They're left with 10 seconds. They spent their entire time positioning. Now this has to work out. Ligegon is getting harassed by Fury. Fate has to dive top right just to help him out. He disengages at 70 HP. Flutta takes over as a distraction. Dragons are on the point. They at least get a tick. This makes it winnable. The accretion of Fate onto Fate almost claims his life, but Fletta going up into the windows finally finds his opportunity to deflect Aim God and all the damage right back into his face and kill MN3. What a dub from Fletta. That will be Dragons with the card unlocked.
Oh, flashes of Lux. That reminds me of the old Flutta Genji, and it was bloody clean there. Getting the reflect onto Aim God instantly into a headshot as well, and the dash. It was well placed as well to make sure that maximum damage left Aim God low. Shanghai Dragons have taken first point so much faster than they did previously. I remember Philadelphia Fusion, they had real trouble moving through this next point, or at least as a defensive force. They actually moved Fury over to the Zarya last time. This time Fury stays with the Sigma because he's so close to the Gravitic Flux, hoping to take people, pluck them off that point, and maybe even force a C9 using the Flux.
But the win con for Dragons is Nano Fate. They're going to get as much cart distance as they can, and Fusion are the ones that have to contest, and it's tough because Fury doesn't really want to get that close, especially with Flutta and Lip. There's the Nano. Fate is in the back, goes immediately after Aim God. Fury is slipped, and he's bursted. He's not allowed to use the grab flux, and Dragons have a monumental push ahead of them, still with 2 DPS ults in the bank.
And that DPS ult, I want to see them use Overclock from Lip first. Force out Aim God's Trance if he's able to get it, and then follow it up with the Blade afterwards. Fury still has this Gravitic Flux to play with, and yes, there's not much to answer it, but Shanghai Dragons are doing a fantastic job of controlling the tempo. When faces are shown, they're taken right off. Fleta headshot too far forward, and now Fate's had to make a disengagement into a disastrous territory.
And it's still overtime. Dragons have to fight this 4v5. There's Fury's grab flux. It focuses down Fate. It gets them low, but Fusion didn't pop the bubble, and they were playing far back because he got anti by Izayaki. Lip has killed 2, and this is the performance you needed him to have. The Dragons are looking outstanding with him on the Sojourn.
And it's not the Blade of Fleta Lemon, it's the implication of the Blade. That keeps Aim God holding on to that trance. Does not use it here. Fury moves over now onto Azaya. This is better to defend from the Blade that Fleta has if it's somehow not countered by the Transcendence. Izayaki looking for a cheeky early.
And Fleta has the Blade! And Izayaki was throwing a nade, maybe trying to set up with him. Aim God's forced to use Transcendence. Fleta is still safe. It's a 5-on-4 for the Dragons, but no ults remain. It's up to MN3's Overclock to go big, and so it does. He jumps and snipes 3 and gets Dragons off the court. They were mid-dive, but who expects with a 1-minute time bank for the Dragons to get this far? This is looking like a 3-0 unless Fusion pull out a miracle.
Iteration, 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 Lemon. Shanghai Dragons learn from their mistakes on first point, and they took a more vertically inclined comp that could get in there and brawl using the Winston and the Genji, so they could get on top of these snipers who were playing from the arrow slits. And here's Lip just popping off as he has done all series long to guarantee more distance for the Shanghai Dragons. For the Philadelphia Fusion, it is bad news after bad news being delivered to their doorstep. But this series is not yet over.
It's been a bit of a diff to Lip. 32 eliminations, 1/3 of his team's damage at 16k. Lip is having some of the best Overwatch we've seen in the mid-season madness, and I could watch him all day. Now, Dragons are on the defense. Fusion only have a minute and a half. Dragons took all of that time just to rotate, and it comes down to usually one fight, and it's Fury out on the Zarya.
Fury Zarya here, looking to try and at least in it. Oh, hello, the MN3 Reaper. The time capsule composition, Lemon, from the kickoff clash has returned. No Soldier this time, the Mei instead. Philadelphia Fusion, they might try and out-rotate Fate here, but I'm sure that Fate just is not going to try and make an early engagement. Instead, just use that new Tesla coil that Winston has in Overwatch 2 to poke away.
Oh, Aim God is low. Fusion cannot lose him. Flood is just so comfortable in the back. Dragons are just playing the haha you can't touch me. They're just standing on top of the statue, but finally Fate drops down in range of the Reaper, and Izayaki couldn't heal it up. Fusion, now the Fury's sleeping, but he's sleeping exactly where he wants to be, right on the point. It's the Dragons that are flanking away, and they don't want to get too close because MN3 is deadly at close range, and the picks continue for the Fusion. They've gotten 2 ticks. At this point, whoever's left from the Dragons needs to just go die on point.
Philadelphia Fusion playing an old classic of King's Row, a little bit of the rush, but remember, Lemon, the power of this rush is going to be heavily limited when overtime gets into effect, because it means that Philadelphia Fusion, they're either going to have to choose to leave one person on the cart or try and brawl on the cart itself and allow Shanghai Dragons extended poke phase, which they desperately want to build up both the overclock and the nano, so Fate can try and engage without being instantly run over by the Reaper.
Yeah, this anti-Winston comp from the Fusion is looking sick. Let's see how the Nano from Aim God, will it be delivered to? MN3 or Fury for the frontline sustain. It could be about who has the better opportunity. Not seeing too many flanks from MN3 because it's just playing from front to back. Now Dragons, they start the dive, and Aim God's been low, and Lip was able to get the snipe. There's so little healing from Fusion remaining, and Fixit doesn't have the sound barrier. He's 3% away, and he needed it a few seconds ago. Overtime goes away, and Dragons strike through the hearts of the Fusion and take the series 3-0.
A beautiful crunch chosen there, Lemon, in the narrow streets where they knew that the payload provided optimal cover so that Fate could be on one side of it attacking the support and that there wouldn't be as much coverage for DPS to be able to freely rain through damage onto him because there was that large bit of cover in the middle between him and the danger zone. Shanghai Dragons understanding the assignment for the fight and working around the anti-Winston comp so incredibly well, utilizing the speed of Lee Jae-gon as well to catch Fusion by surprise.
So they did. I mean, Fusion tried to catch them by surprise with a cheeky little Reaper comp, but just eventually Fate was like, I'm going to go behind them. And just before AimGod could even realize it, he was dead. Just great coordination by Shanghai Dragons on the dive. Finally figuring out a composition that works for them. And there was one player who had an outstanding performance. I already pointed out his statistics. I had my magic ball. I knew who it was going to be. Your player of the match, of course, is Lip from the Shanghai Dragons.
The orbs have been pondered and the orb screams that Lip is the one. A highlight reel of epic proportions when it came to flick after flick, be it Sojourn, Widowmaker or any other hero. Lip has finally found his groove on the hero du jour of the mid-season madness. It's been all about the Sojourn for so many teams, and finally Lip is once again showing himself to be a top hit scan no matter the hero. And I think that today Shanghai Dragons became a lot more fearsome in this particular meta. Lemon, they've brought in Fate, Lip's found his groove. No more are they the 0-16.
I just loved what Lip did, especially on Colosseo. I think he was the main reason why Fusion could never get a lead, because Lip's presence on the high ground, how he was constantly killing AimGod and Fixa, his overclock efficiency out of this world, and he knows exactly also when to use his jump. He's not jumping in to get a first pick. He jumps in after he gets that first pick, and every fight when he has the overclock, it's 2, 3, 4. I've worn out my vocal cords just talking over this guy because he performed. Look at the numbers, 34,000 damage. You ain't seeing numbers like that from nobody else. And the Dragons fans can start smiling because now they can start climbing back into a position where they can get to the mid-season madness and prove that just because you have a rough start doesn't mean it can be a rough ending.
Almost half of the kills that Lip partook in as well, half the Elimsi partook in, were his final blows. So really good finishing power from Lip as well, because sometimes you just got to be the one who can find the closures on those kills. And of course, Fate managed to come in as well, Lemon. It had been all void up to now in the mid-season madness, and it's a risk to move away from what you were playing. But to be fair, like, what have you gained that you're going to be venturing away with that? It was 0-6 and somehow Fate comes in. It might be the calling that's a little bit better. The engagements are a touch cleaner and it works out as a 3-0. The return of the Fate magic has definitely heralded a little bit more space and a little bit more power for Lip to use in tandem so that he can relax a little bit more. Take his time, line up the shots and put them in the exact right position.
And Fusion, I think they just need to figure out their tank situation about how to coordinate with them. Because Overwatch is a team-based game. You could have 5 gods on your team, 5 individuals, but this game is about talking to each other and coordinating. And you saw how the Shanghai Dragons, didn't matter if there was a Reaper, a Mei, or whoever, who Megalol in their face, the dive can still work against the Reaper comp if you know how to coordinate. So with the win, Dragons will keep their spot in the mid-season qualifiers. I think they'll be around 3rd place. With the loss, Fusion will concede their 4th place spot to the Chengdu Hunters. I'd have to double check, but those are what the standings look like now, as Chengdu's 5-5 and Philly are 4-5. There are still a few more matches to go, but not a ton of opportunities, so only 4 teams move on to mid-season madness, and Shanghai Dragons might have found the solution to their problems. So that'll be the end of our APAC show today, but we also have North America that's starting pretty soon. I know our North Americans are waking up. We're gonna have the Vancouver Titans versus the Shock, Glads versus Washington, and Paris versus Toronto. Is gonna be a good day. Happy belated Canada Day, by the way, for all you Toronto fans who are going to be tuning in later. That was Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi. Shout out to Achilleos and Avril that held it down at the start of the show. We'll see you in a few hours for the continuation of North America.